Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings both in person and via Zoom that was graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Podmortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from a highly anticipated concert discussing the 2024 supernatural horror sequel, Smile 2. This film was written and directed by Parker Finn. After the financial success of Finn's first feature film, Smile, a sequel was inevitable. Released just over 2 years after the first film, Smile 2 would be met with excitement and acclaim, due in no small part to the franchise's new protagonist, Sky Riley. Boasting a penchant for practical effects, complex characters, an enigmatic entity, and a simply addictive soundtrack, Smile 2 more than delivered as a successful follow-up for many fans of the original. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Scott Troutman-Wise, Carmito, Victoria Churchill, Stu Corbett, Athena Beth Black, Beth Bauer, Ambular Belladonna, Richard Murray, Tyler, Franklin Badge, Lisa Misfit, Twitchy Witchy Girl, and Ariana Vasquez. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. This film was also the winner of our January Patreon poll, so thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you want to help us pick an episode, join us on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, what did you guys think of Smile 2 the first time you saw it?
So I've just been informed that we watched this together because I was going to say I don't remember the first time watching it.
I had to be reminded too.
Yeah, but we went together to watch this in the theater, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember not really liking it too much. Just kind of like, watching it for the show, I will be honest. I know that your sister and Ari really like it a lot, and I know they've watched it quite a few times. And watching it for the show, I do like it a little more. I did enjoy it a little more, being able to kind of sit down and have like a one-on-one with the movie, just smile at it. But there still are some things that aren't for me. You know what I mean? And that doesn't have anything to do with the movie. The movie, I'll be honest, the movie improved a lot on what it did in the first movie. The movie looks good. A lot of the stuff that it does, I'm not mad at it. I just, a lot of the stuff the movie does too just isn't for me. And I just don't feel like I can fully sit here and be like, no, yeah, I enjoy this movie when there are things that I can pass on. You know what I mean? It's like, that's fine. But honestly, on the flip side of that, there's not a lot I can complain about. A lot of the stuff looks really cool. Everybody shows up, does what they're supposed to do, acting their asses off, doing, you know what I mean? The choreography, a lot of the stuff in it is really cool. But again, you know what I mean? Some of the stuff just isn't for me.
No, I get that. I think that I kind of had the same thing with rewatching the film for the show. Because I think the first time I saw it, I liked a lot of what it had to offer, but then there were some aspects of it that just didn't really work for me.
Yeah.
I think one thing that still doesn't work for me, and I don't think it ever will, is the third act of this film.
Okay.
I think the first two are really strong comparatively, but the device that it uses in that third act is really, really cheap. And it's kind of frustrating because I really appreciated what came before.
Okay.
But aside from that, I think that the only other negative that I can really call out in this film is that I think while some of the scares are really well crafted and some pretty haunting and interesting imagery, some are pretty cheap as well. I'm using the word cheap a lot. I don't know why. But there are some that it's just like it's your typical jump scare.
Right.
And it's like when you've been doing so much better in other frightful moments, it's like, why are you resorting to this now?
See, I had told your sister yesterday because we were kind of talking about it over dinner while we were getting dinner ready, and then, or your sister was, but I was there. But it kind of feels like they grabbed a lot of ideas. Let's put it in here and make it work and fit. And maybe some of those scares are like that. Are, it's like, oh, I know this.
Yeah.
I've seen this scare a million times. Oh, that was cool. You know what I mean? It does work, but it's like, let's pull from here. Let's pull from that. Let's do that. And it does mesh together, but it doesn't have that big a punch.
Right. And some do, though.
Yeah, some do.
I think that's why it's so puzzling. But I guess, you can't bat 1,000 all the time. So I get that. But I think that the biggest strength in this film for me is Naomi Scott.
Okay.
I think that her performance as Sky Riley is literally, to me, incredible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very nuanced. I think that there's a lot of real moments of vulnerability. When she's afraid, I feel her fear so well.
Yeah.
And I think that she tackles like everything that is required of her. It is so impressive. That's why, again, horror, I understand Academy Awards, etc. And maybe some people were like, you think this should be an Academy Award? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I think she did great. And at the very least, I feel like if we're talking about original songs and stuff too, because I think, look, this isn't exactly my style of music, but I've been singing these songs in my head ever since I've watched this. And I feel like it is such a believable world that they've crafted to where it's like, yeah, I do believe that Sky Riley is kind of on top of the world as a pop star.
Okay.
Like, it's not this thing where they have to sell me on it. It's like everything that you've built in this world is very believable.
Right.
And it is kind of that attention to detail that I appreciate in other aspects too. I think that the production design of this film is fantastic. I think the cinematography, just like from the first film, incredible.
Yeah.
And the score. That score is so weird.
It's really weird.
It's weird, yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah, it's the same thing that we talked about because it's the same composer
right.
from Smile. But it's this very unconventional thing and these sounds that you kind of wouldn't expect to hear in a horror film because it's not so stereotypical.
Yeah.
It's very original, very unique. And the sounds that you hear, it's like, oh, this is Smile. It's just, it becomes its own thing to where you hear a sound and you're like, yeah, this is kind of the music that is in the Smile universe.
Right.
And it really works.
Yeah.
But I think that where this film really improves is, like you said, where they take everything from the first film that worked and they kind of make it bigger and bolder. I think that all the things that impressed me about the first film, they've really done a great job of focusing on those things, and they've kind of shed the things from the first film that I didn't like.
Okay.
And so I think that that's kind of what you're hoping for in a sequel, is like maintaining what you've built that was successful and fine-tuning the things that maybe didn't work so well. And I really think that this is probably one of the better sequels that I've seen in a while. And I think that for me, I like this more than the first Smile. I do.
I think I do too. And I really love the first one, but this one really, really does it for me. I am not saying that it's perfect. There is an aspect we were talking off mic that I straight up don't really care for. But we'll talk about it when we get to it. But no, first time was with y'all. We watched it together. It meant a lot to me. I guess it didn't anybody else. No. I was, the ending is, I think, fantastic. So fantastic that I don't know where we go from here in terms of the franchise.
Yeah.
Like if this was the curtain call, kind of, no pun intended, it's like, damn. You know what I mean? Like that's how strong this ending is for me.
It's so bold, in fact, that part of me was like, maybe we should have saved this for Smile 3.
Right.
So
Okay.
you have your trilogy.
Right.
Because where do you go?
Yeah.
It's that, you know, there's, I don't know. I'm excited to find out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just think like T was saying, Naomi Scott is incredible in this. I really enjoy the story. I really enjoy complex and flawed characters where two things can be true at the same time, that you do sympathize with them to an extent, although they are deeply, deeply flawed. And maybe they've overcome things or they have regrets that make you like, oh, dude, that was really fucked up. But I can see you trying to be better. You know what I mean? Like almost like an anti-hero. But it's like, I don't know. It's just it's something about this character is very, very compelling for me. The practical effects.
Yes.
Absolutely incredible. There are moments where, you know, they do add their little taste of Viz effects. And there are a couple moments where maybe it's a little too far. But you can tell the core is the practical effects.
Yeah.
Something that Parker Finn is very passionate about that I really respect, because some of these gags had to have been very difficult to pull off.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, the effects work, the prosthetics, the puppetry, like there's a lot of really fucking cool shit in this movie. And I think John Paul was saying, I can't remember if you said it on the mic or if we were talking this morning, but you were talking about like, you can see the bigger budget.
Yeah.
And he really went for it. And not everything is kind of a hole in one for me, but I think overall this does what a sequel is supposed to do, and it builds upon that original film, and it kind of uses this bigger budget and this, you know, kind of clout that you get from that first one. He does use it to his advantage to make something kind of larger than life, but still grounded in a way where it's like, no, yeah, I totally could turn on my TV and see this interview happening.
Yeah.
Like, this feels legit. This feels
Okay.
realistic and such this like unrealistic, fantastical story that we're telling.
Yeah.
And it also, in a way, you can kind of see it as this holding a mirror up to our idea of fame.
For sure.
Right.
And that's super
Yeah, yeah.
intentional. We're going to talk about that later too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just think it's this really cool mix of things like commentary like that, of us, you know, kind of standing by and taping with our phones while somebody is in the midst of a mental health crisis or a downfall or spiraling with addiction, and we're just like, oh my god, did you fucking see? Like, I mean, that is part of it too. And I think that we're talking a lot about regret and addiction and loss and grief and all of these things. And also there's some really fucking great songs in there.
Yeah, dude.
And there's some awesome fucking costumes.
Yeah.
Like it just kind of, it really delivers for me, multiple sides of me this film speaks to.
Yeah.
But I did obviously want to talk a little bit about production before we dive in. I got my information from a behind the scenes featurette and articles and interviews from Entertainment Weekly, ET Online, Games Radar, Hollywood Reporter, The Credits, The Wrap, Cinema Blend, and Vanity Fair.
Very nice.
So let's start off with a pop quiz. I hope you studied. When a horror film does well financially at the box office, what is the next logical step?
A sequel.
More sequels?
Yes.
Correct.
Indeed.
That's right. And Smile, making $216 million at the box office on its $17 million budget,
Damn.
I know.
would definitely qualify as having done financially well. Parker Finn obviously wrote the first Smile based off of his short film, Laura Hasn't Slept. But when he wrote the screenplay for the feature film, trying to explore this character, Dr. Rose Cotter, her trauma, her experiences, he did not have a sequel in mind at all. This was a standalone film. He said that he just wanted people to see it. He never expected it to get the reception that it did. And he certainly never expected people to immediately be asking him, when is the sequel coming? What happens next? Because if you remember when we covered the first film, this was supposed to go directly to Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
The original Smile. It wasn't even going to get a theatrical release. So this is like, I can't imagine the whiplash.
And I still can't believe that was the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
honestly.
so
Yeah, it
wild.
wasn't until people were cheering and yelling at the screen at a screening that Paramount was like, "Oh, we got to get this in the theater."
Yeah.
Like overnight, it went from a Paramount Plus release to a theatrical one.
Yeah.
So people are asking him about a sequel, including the people at Paramount. They were particularly interested, having signed a first look deal with Finn after the original film. So as he's being asked, Finn is asking himself. He wanted to do something that people weren't expecting. He didn't want to completely pick up where the first film left off. He didn't want to explore some potential ancient origins of the creature, although he said he is open to exploring that in the future. But he didn't want that to be what this sequel was about.
Okay.
He wanted it to be outside the box. So he challenged himself and decided that any idea that came to him within the first 2 weeks of brainstorming was going to be too obvious and not worthy of being the sequel. Which
That's bold.
I commend that so hard, like of him having these ideas and being like, nope. Like that is incredible. But it all started for him when he thinks of this character, Sky Riley. He builds her up, he fleshes her out, and he starts to form the rest of the story around her. It was a story that he hadn't been expecting, and he was positive that Paramount would shoot the premise down. But they were all in and willing to give him whatever he needed. So Finn was able to reconvene with much of the same crew from the previous film. It was shot in New York from January to March of 2024, and it would open in October of the same year, earning $138 million at the box office against its $28 million budget.
Oh, damn.
Still good.
Yeah.
So yeah, another success under Finn's and Paramount's belt. And while right now, Finn is reportedly working on a remake of Zhuovsky's Possession.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I'll give it a chance.
I will too. I watched an interview and he's calling it more of a what did he say? A spiritual sister or a sister sequel? No. He has such reverence. He said it's one of his favorite films of all time. So if it's going to be in anybody's hands, I don't know how this film can be remade.
I was gonna say,
but if it's going to be in anybody's hands, I would want it to be somebody with that reverence.
Okay.
Felt the same way about Guadagnino Suspiria.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
Yeah. Do your own thing with it. I'm excited. Anyway, he's doing that right now. And he has already expressed excitement for his eventual return to what has become the Smile franchise. So there will be more to come.
Okay.
But today we're going to unpack Smile 2. So let's turn those frowns upside down. Now, before we infect this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's put a smile on. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Smile. If you haven't, go watch it or listen to episode 256 of our show as a refresher. A distorted and droning score plays over the production vanity plates. It crescendos, culminating in a desperate gasp before dying away completely.
So first things first, immediately.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, the Smile films they sound scary as hell. And it's the first thing that hit me.
Yeah.
But I did, of course, want to talk again about the composer, Cristobal Tapia de Veer. He, of course, did Smile. He also has some credits on The White Lotus. I think there was some controversy that ended there. I don't know much about it, but I think I'm on his side, if I recall.
I know nothing.
It's none of my business.
We're talking about Smile
Yeah,
too.
we're talking about Smile too right now. But we, of course, applauded his work in the first film because it was so unconventional and incredible. And it's so cool that he's able to come back and basically bring that same flavor of what he did the first time.
Yeah.
But he mentioned in this film that he was calling upon his time at the conservatory to incorporate elements that he had been exposed to from contemporary classical music, such as atonal textures, microtonality, these kinds of elements that lead to feelings of unease and unpredictability, which is perfect for a horror film.
Yeah.
But he had said that, as in the first film where we had talked about he had mostly stayed away from synth entirely, there is this one sound in Smile 2 that is kind of repeated almost as a motif, and it punctuates the scene that we're about to see very well in a way that you're like, I've never heard that sound in my fucking life. But this sound is apparently this very heavily distorted analog synth.
Huh.
So he did bring in synth this time.
Yeah.
And he said that he layered it with so much distortion that it felt like the notes themselves were struggling to get through.
Damn.
And I think that's something that adds to this tension.
Yes.
And especially later when we start dealing with kind of living through a certain character's anxiety and paranoia.
Yeah.
But he had said that his entire idea about scoring is a matter of instinct. And so it's really just what feels right in the moment. So he was using everything from this synth to trumpets to animal noises in this score for Smile 2.
Huh.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And in doing so, it's the same thing that we had talked about on the first film, but you kind of start to not confuse, but everything blends together in such a way that you don't know. And this is what, as well, Dan Kenyon, the sound editor, said. You don't know score from sound design a lot of the time. And he also said that you don't know sound design from score a lot of the time. So they're working together to kind of create this blend of things that is just like this, I don't even know. It's not.
And it's unnerving.
Yes,
Yeah.
entirely. And you don't know what's music, you don't know what's sound effects, and it's just like you're a part of this environment in a really interesting way.
Yeah. In the sudden silence, we find Joel, played by Kyle Gallner, sitting behind the wheel of his car, staring straight at us with pained blue eyes. There's a scar marring his lower lip, and his eyelids droop in exhaustion. Text on screen reads, 6 days later.
Kyle Gallner. We did talk about him in the first Smile. We also talked about him in Jennifer's Body.
Yes.
The Haunting in Connecticut.
That's an icon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, and Scream 2020.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And more to come.
I was very glad to see that Joel is back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because of course, the way that the first film ends, you really want to know where the hell it's going to go from here. I'm torn how this goes,
Okay.
how I feel about it.
Okay.
But it is really cool to be picking up right where we left off.
Right.
Yes.
6 days.
Yeah.
We pull back a little from Joel as he continues to stare behind the wheel vacantly. But when the engine of an approaching car revs, his eyes flit toward the road ahead. We pan over, finding the red sports car speeding down the snowy street and pulling into a driveway. We pan back to find Joel, who takes a moment to pull the black balaclava down over his face. Breathing heavily, he abruptly gets out of the car and closes the door behind him. We follow as he starts down the street toward the now parked car, only deterring for a moment to look to the side where he sees a woman standing in the snow, burning, shrouded in crackling flames. But Joel tears his eyes away from this horror and keeps moving.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Yes! And horrible.
Yeah. But it looked cool.
It did.
It did.
But it's so wild because it is very much like how her patient tormented her.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's such a cool thing that they did.
Someone is standing outside of the car now, oblivious to Joel as they lean inside the open door. Joel's pace quickens to a jog, and at the last second, he pulls his gun. Alexi, played by Zebedee Rowe, finally turns now, holding a drink carrier housing 2 oversized fraps, uttering a surprised, "Hey, what the fuck?" Joel begins to pat Alexi down, feeling under his plush blue coat and finally finding a gun tucked in his waistband.
2 grande mocha fraps. Or whatever. It's very wild for how cold it is to be. That's wild business, isn't it?
Yeah,
They did look delicious.
They did, but it's not seasonal.
There's a heater inside, I'm sure.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Joel snatches it away, and Alexi warns in his Russian accent that he's making a big mistake. His voice low, Joel just ushers him toward the house he's parked in front of. With Joel still gripping the back of his puffy coat, Alexei leads the way, warning Joel to watch the fucking jacket because it's new. It looked really warm, to be honest. But Joel hisses at him to shut up. Once he quiets, their feet crunch loudly in the snow as they climb the front steps to the house. But before Alexei can open the door, Joel presses his gun to the side of his head, warning that if he alerts his brother, Joel is going to shoot him in the back of the head. Alexei shrugs that Joel's the boss, and on Joel's insistence to go slow, he pushes the door open. As soon as they step inside the rundown house, a voice calls out, asking if Alexei remembered his pumpkin frap, which he did, and he also got one for himself.
Yeah. It's like, you know what? That does sound pretty good.
Damn the weather, right? Alexei glances at Joel, but says nothing. When they enter the next room together, Yev, played by Roberts Jacobsons, sits on a decaying couch in front of a table, its top covered with rolls of cash, bricks of cocaine, and a gun. When he looks up and sees that his brother is being held at gunpoint by a masked man, he reaches for the gun, but Joel warns him that if he touches it, Alexei is fucking dead. He tells him to put his hands up, and Yev does. But he also calls Joel a dumb motherfucker, and he asks if he has any idea who they are. But Joel says that he does. He says that last January, the two brothers shot an innocent mother and a kid in Newark. They killed them. Yev wheezes out a laugh and asks, "Says who?" He asks who the fuck he is, and instead of answering, Joel reveals that he's got something to give Yev, but he has to watch.
Says who was interesting because it's like, is it true? Or
it's true.
I guess he wouldn't cop to it. Yeah, we did. Not knowing who he is.
Yeah, it was a little interesting that he did at least look for people that were doing bad shit.
Yeah,
he pulled a Dexter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And let's not forget he is a cop.
Yeah,
he would know, you know.
Oh yeah.
Or detective or something, right?
He was on the force.
Alexei stands in front of him, eyeing his brother as he listens, still clutching onto the drink carrier with the fraps balanced inside. Joel raises a knife in his hand, quickly coaxing out the blade, and without hesitation, he plunges it into Alexei's chest, stabbing again and again and turning his white tank top red. Alexei screams and the fraps go flying, adding to the mess. But Joel moves quickly, burying the blade into Alexei's neck and dragging it across, opening his throat.
There comes a time where you're watching something on streaming and you're like, did they change it since I've seen it? Because I did not remember him killing the shit out of this dude so gruesomely.
It's rough.
Yeah. And dude, the effects.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Incredible.
I was like, how did you do that? Because that looks real cool.
Did y'all really kill that?
Yeah.
What are we watching? Alexei's screams gurgle in his throat as he falls to his knees, and with nothing left to lose, Yev snatches up his gun and fires. Joel fires back, but he still takes a bullet in the shoulder. We press in on him. Mind you, this is all a single take.
Yes. That's the other thing I was so impressed by, because typically speaking, when you have stuff like this, look at the Devil's Rejects where they're like, let's use digital blood.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's easier. We don't have to do any cleanup.
Mm-hmm.
This, it's like they're not doing that.
No.
And it's just very impressive work.
Blood pours from the hole in his coat, but he pulls it together when he notices that Yev isn't the only one that landed a shot. Yev lies back on the couch, bleeding from the gunshot wound in his tattooed chest. Joel panics and runs over, begging him not to die. Fuck, fuck, fuck. No, no, no. He rips his mask off, revealing his face, and he grabs the back of Yev's head and turns it toward him, demanding that he look at him. He can't die. Blood spurts from Yev's chest, from Yev's lips, and he struggles to breathe as Joel explains that it needs somebody to pass on to, and if he dies, it won't fucking work. It was a little expositional.
It was.
Unfortunate.
We watched the first one.
This is for the people who didn't.
Yeah.
He begs him again to stay alive, you piece of shit. But Yev sighs his last sigh, sputtering blood from his lips. Joel lets go of his head and it flops back onto the couch behind him. Yev is dead. Reality comes crashing down on Joel. He repeats, fuck. He clutches his shot arm, lamenting that now it has no one to pass to. All right.
Why are you talking to us?
I know.
He is lost in his own misery until something clatters on the other side of the room. He turns to see Lewis, played by Lucas Gage, cowering against the opposite wall. Joel pulls his gun again and demands to know who he is.
Lucas Gage, he was in Roadhouse, the remake in 2024, The Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse in 2015, 4 episodes of Fargo, the TV show, and 9 episodes of You.
I remember that as well.
Hey. Lewis shares his name, but adds that he's no one. He's literally no one. Joel screams at him, asking what he's doing here. Panicked, Lewis raises his hands and admits that he was just buying from them. He fucking hates those guys too, especially Yev. Sobbing, he begs Joel not to shoot him. The gun trembles in Joel's hand and he barks out a humorless laugh as he screams, admitting that he didn't fucking know anyone else was here. His voice weak, Joel pants that he fucked this whole thing up. He fucked it all up and he's sorry. He tells Lewis sincerely that this wasn't meant for him. When Lewis doesn't understand, Joel just repeats himself. We press in on his face as he apologizes again in a whisper, his features quaking with emotion. But he quickly pulls himself away from Lewis and rushes back to the front door. He opens it and starts to leave, but he spots 3 men coming out of a vehicle parked behind Alexi's. 3 men are walking toward the house, and the one in the middle, Maxime, played by Sean Stoltzen, asks, "Who the fuck is that?" Which is a fair question.
Yeah.
They start to run. Joel slams the door shut, smearing his blood across the white paint. He's able to lock it, but the men are already at the door, banging on it and demanding to know which among them has the key. In a panicked rush, Joel unearths a back door, but despite his attempts to pull it open, it's secured closed with chains. He goes to the window above the couch where Yev lies dead, and he's only able to pull off one of the boards covering it when the other gang members burst into the house. They aim their guns, first at Lewis, who throws up his hands in surrender and begs them not to shoot before turning to Joel. Joel is able to let himself into a back room, slam the door behind him, lock it with his bloody, shaking hands, and barricade it with a knocked-over shelf.
There is such a frenzy going on as far as these dudes showing up, these 2 murders that just happened, him trying to get away, him bleeding out. And again, the camera is just so well shot.
Yes.
Staying with him, keeping that tension, maintaining that tension.
Yeah.
I did laugh because Lewis is probably, they know him as a customer or whatever, but he's like, don't shoot, I didn't do it. And they're like, okay.
Yeah, that is true.
I feel like, if my boss and his brother are dead in front of me, you might have done it. I don't know.
Well, he's not who they saw at the door.
Yeah, but also, you're here too.
Yeah, no shit. Did you bring this person?
Yeah.
That's true. Lewis is like, please no.
And they're like,
All
yes,
right.
sir.
He's in there.
Yeah.
Lewis doesn't lie. We know that. The men scream that Alexei and Yev are dead, and they yell to break the door down to get Joel. There's an AC unit in the window, and Joel delivers swift kicks to it. We pan back with each kick, much like with Jack's axe in The Shining. Take a shot.
Yes.
It very much made me think of that. But the unit finally loosens and falls out of the window. Joel turns to see the door behind him being broken down. And as we pull out of the open window, he follows, toppling out and landing hard on the storm cellar doors below. But Joel gets right back up. He clutches his injured arm as he runs, sprinting across a snowy yard, ducking when the gang members start to shoot at him from the window. Finally, he makes it to the street, and unfortunately, Joel can just drop fucking dead. A truck barrels into him, and he goes flying out of frame. We hear the crunching of metal as the truck crashes, and the gang members inside the house laugh. Problem solved. With the droning of the dark score, the opening credits begin. As they display in red, we pan along a dark, bloody smear across the street. We find Joel's shoe, his disembodied foot and ripped muscle and tendons still remaining stubbornly inside. And we continue to pull away, revealing the curve of the blood streak, flesh and gore smeared within it. The remains of Joel lie crumpled and unrecognizable beneath the crushed truck, smoke billowing from under its hood. Electricity crackles, and we see that the smear of blood has the unmistakable curvature of a sick smile. We suddenly flip upside down and get the title in bright red, Smile. And with the flourish in the score, the entire screen goes red in the form of a large 2 behind the title. We zoom in on this as Smile and 2 twist in opposite directions. And finally, the entire screen goes black.
They got over Yev's death very quickly to laugh at Joel's death.
Yeah, wow.
I thought that was pretty fucked up.
They're like, dude, we fucking lucked out, dude.
Wiping their sweat. I really love this opening sequence on a technical level.
Okay.
I think that if they are doing any kind of cuts, I didn't spot them.
Right.
This felt like a oneer, and I was very impressed.
Yeah.
My only issue is that it really, really sucks to me to lose Joel this way and this quickly.
Okay.
Because I did want to see more of what he,
Yeah. No, I agree, but I think once we seen
Rose.
it was like, oh, it's gonna happen soon. I liked this too. I really did like this. The I'm gonna get hit by a vehicle as soon as I walk out into the street gag. I knew it was coming when he took off running, and I was like,
It's like, no.
like, don't go that way.
No.
But it did look good.
Was he already falling apart or something? That's why.
Yeah, no shit.
He was perforated. I saw on the behind the scenes that he had stunt guys pushing a football pad and just ramming into Kyle Gallner.
Oh.
And he went flying onto like a mattress.
Yeah.
And they were like, are you okay? And he's like, yeah. But he's really being struck.
Damn.
But as I said in the production portion, Parker Finn rejected any ideas that came to mind at first because he didn't want to go too obvious with the sequel. It made sense for him to bring Joel back for the opening because it ended on him in the first film. But this movie was never going to be about Joel and his journey after his, experiences with Rose. That was never intended.
Okay.
And the first time I saw it, when I saw him, I thought it was. I thought that, obviously that's the logical sequel.
Mm-hmm.
We see her pass it to Joel. Now let's see what happens to Joel. And so losing him in the fucking cold open, the first time I watched this, I was very surprised. When he runs into the street, I feel like ever since Final Destination, it is. It's very telegraphed. Anybody in the street's about to get run over.
Yeah.
But it is still so jarring, and he does come apart very easily.
He does.
Then it's just really upsetting to see because Joel was a good guy.
Yeah.
And even in him trying to pass this off to somebody else, he was trying to do it the Dexter way.
Yeah.
And target people that, may deserve it. And he was so upset to have done that to Lewis, a guy that he doesn't even know. So, I mean, it's a fucking bummer to lose him, but I do think that it's very bold to do it and to do it in this way.
Yeah.
I am sad to lose Joel, but I think that this opening is fucking awesome. A TV sits in front of the brick wall of an apartment. We press in, losing more of the entertainment center around it as we watch a music video on the screen. Grieved You by Sky Riley and Naomi Scott plays as the singer dances with draped ghosts in the video. She dabs her eyes with one of the sheets before dropping the ghost and fixing us with her gaze. The music video clip ends and we are in the Drew Barrymore show. Drew Barrymore, playing herself, stands center screen and thanks the audience for their applause.
We love Drew Barrymore.
Yes!
Yeah. We talked about her in Scream.
We did?
Cat's Eye.
We did? It's Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, E.T., The Wedding Singer.
The Wedding
There you go.
Singer.
That's the best one.
51st Date.
Firestarter, 51st Date.
Yep. Never Been Kissed.
We can
Bingo.
keep going.
It's endless.
Uh-huh. Something that you had mentioned as well about this entertainment center, I did not catch until this time watching it whose entertainment center we were pressing in on.
Same. Me and Ari have watched it a few times, and the second or third time I watched it, I was like, "Oh my god,
Oh,
we're gonna
Yeah,
see
we'll
it in a
find out.
minute."
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But Drew shares that nearly a year ago, singer-songwriter and pop superstar Sky Riley was in the hospital fighting for her life after a car accident that also tragically took the life of actor Paul Hudson. As the audience nods along, Drew introduces, for the first interview since her accident, the one and only Sky Riley.
This is such a smart vehicle for exposition.
Yes,
Because this is just what would happen on a talk show.
absolutely.
It doesn't feel out of place. It doesn't feel strange or like they're trying to dump it all on you.
Right.
It makes sense.
No, yeah.
The audience jumps to their feet and fills the studio with applause as the doors open and out steps Sky Riley, played by Naomi Scott.
Naomi Scott, she was in the 33 in 2015. The Power Rangers movie in 2017, she was the Pink Ranger. Charlie's
favorite.
Angels in 2019. And in Aladdin, she was Jasmine in 2019 as well. The live action Aladdin.
Right. She's incredible.
Yeah.
She does a really good job. She does exactly what she needs to do.
I'm going to talk a little bit about her casting after we finish this. She looks very different from the woman we just saw in the music video. Her long jet black hair is cut stylishly short and colored a bright blonde. Sky and Drew embrace, and as they sit down, Drew gushes about how amazing Sky looks in person. Sky returns the compliment, and Drew says that she's obsessed with Sky's hair. Sky touches it gently, admitting modestly that she just wanted to try something new, but she's not sure that she's pulling it off. The applause and encouragement from Drew Barrymore is proof that she is.
You know you're pulling it off.
You know you look amazing.
And you have a stylist and a
Yeah,
team.
no
and
shit.
Come on, man.
But Drew gets down to business. Sky has announced new tour dates, kicking off right here in New York City next week. When Drew asks if this is an emotional comeback, Sky nods that it is. A lot of different emotions with this one. Drew reminds her that a year ago she had just won a Grammy. She was in the middle of a world tour and she hit a rough patch. Sky was agreeing so far, but she chuckles that rough patch might be generous. Drew wonders if Sky would like to share anything from that period in her life. As the show continues to fill the screen, Sky admits that she was dealing with a lot of pressure from the demands of the tour. She should have asked for help, but instead she drowned it all out with drugs and alcohol and a lot of bad decisions. Drew watches sympathetically as Sky continues that she let herself get completely out of control. She takes this opportunity to offer a sincere apology to her fans, her loved ones, her team, and everyone who was counting on her and supporting her. We press in tight on Sky's face as she acknowledges that she let them down and promises that it will not happen again. The audience roars with applause. Once they quiet, Drew asks what the time has been like between Sky getting out of the hospital and now. Sky nods, taking the question in before answering it, and we quickly cut to her, shrouded in the deep blue of a dark room, ripping out a handful of her long black hair by the root as she sobs loudly. But here, on the Drew Barrymore show, under the bright studio lights, Sky comes back to herself. She reveals that she spent a lot of time looking inward and relearning how to appreciate life sober. She admits that she's so grateful for the second chance and she doesn't want to waste it. So this is a lot.
Yeah. They really do a good job of establishing her history, and her as a character to feel sympathetic for.
I want to know more.
You do, and
we
learn.
more.
We do.
Well, I want to learn a little more.
He said, I'm holding my sympathy.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
I think also when it comes to world building, showing like this past music video,
Yeah.
you really are selling her as this very believable pop star.
Yes.
Yes.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about that. Naomi Scott said that she was already a huge fan of the first Smile when she met Parker Finn. So they had scheduled a 30-minute coffee that ended up lasting 2.5 hours because they were just vibing and throwing out ideas for this character.
Okay.
Finn had said that there was a lot that was needed for this role, and he would need someone that could sing and dance, but that could kind of be manipulated later. Like the voice could be manipulated, whatever. You could have stand-ins. But what was important is that he finds someone who could land the acting and make this character feel real and anchor the film. But with Naomi Scott, he was grateful to find all three talents in her. All of this is her.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
In an interview, she had said that she wishes she could say that she was just sitting around waiting for this part, but that wouldn't be true. She said that she was auditioning for a lot of things, and some of them she really, really wanted, but she just wasn't getting them. But she said that she did get this one, and she committed to giving 100% of herself. And I think that shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot is asked of her in this role.
Mm-hmm.
And as for Sky Riley herself, they said that neither Finn nor Naomi Scott were influenced by any single artist, but really a lot of them. Naomi Scott cited early Lady Gaga, but said that she...
Yeah, I was going to say,
It's like
well,
they
I want to
weren't-
stop you right there.
Yeah.
But
You can feel it when you
there's
watch
a little
it.
monster in this
Yeah.
whole thing.
A little
so let's,
monster.
You sure about that?
yeah. For real.
Yeah.
She said early 2000s Lady
Okay.
Gaga, but that she was really pulling from every performer that she grew up watching to craft her own pop star.
Okay.
And Parker Finn said that he was inspired by the tragedy of artists like Whitney Houston and Amy Winehouse and even Britney Spears and their varying levels of public decline. Not only their decline, but the public's reaction to it. And with this film, he kind of wanted to point a finger at the audience and the part that they play in circumstances like this.
Okay.
And I thought that that was very interesting.
And I think it's very successful in the way it's done, too.
Yes. We cut to Sky walking down the hallway in her sunglasses, silver jewelry, and red fur coat. Behind trails her mother and manager, Elizabeth Riley, played by Rosemary DeWitt.
Rosemary DeWitt. She was in the Poltergeist remake in 2015.
That's right.
Promised Land in 2012. La La Land in 2016. And 36 episodes of United States of Terra.
Oh,
Or Tara, or I don't know how you...
I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I don't... I'm sorry.
Both are acceptable.
I'm sorry.
We recognize her.
For Mad Men, of
Yeah.
course.
Of course, yeah.
Joshua, played by Miles Gutierrez Riley, joins them, alerting Sky in his calm voice that there's quite a crowd out there. In a practiced motion, he hands a Sharpie to Sky, and she takes it. Fans are screaming through the windows at the sight of Sky before she even steps outside. Lights flash as pictures are snapped, but this is all muffled behind the dark score. Sky finally steps outside. She dutifully and kindly signs autographs and snaps pictures with fans, her smile only faltering briefly and unnoticeably. When they finally get into the car, Sky sits in the very back and Elizabeth and Joshua sit in the row in front of her. When Joshua closes the door, the screaming of the fans is immediately silenced. And as the driver pulls away, Elizabeth commends that went really well, and Sky was perfectly graceful. Joshua agrees, reporting to Sky that she's got Instagram and TikTok seriously blowing up right now. But Sky is putting on her earbuds, and the sound of her own singing is drowning out Joshua's report. As New Brain plays in Sky's ears, she twists the cap off of a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water and takes a long drink.
And if
Now,
you
if
like,
y'all like
Yeah.
this is the film for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
we were laughing in the theater.
That's what
Yeah.
I do remember.
Yeah. That,
Voss presents Smile
Yeah.
2.
yeah.
A Voss
No
production.
shit.
So you've mentioned the title of an absolute banger,
Yes.
New Brain. I read in Bloody Disgusting that whenever Naomi Scott signed on to play Sky Riley, there had already been a few of these songs that had been written, including New Brain and a couple others that we'll hear. But they were written by singer-songwriter Ida Rose along with this songwriting duo called Take a Day Trip.
Oh.
Cute.
Yeah. We should all take that advice.
Yeah.
But I guess whenever she signed on, Scott was sent these demos and kind of used Ida Rose's voice as like a guide to follow. Because what she really wanted to do since Scott is an artist in her own right, she did not want Sky Riley to just be Naomi Scott performing.
Okay.
It's like we need to create an identity for Sky Riley as an artist wholly her own.
Yeah.
Right.
And so whenever Scott came aboard the production, she actually co-wrote some of the other songs that we hear in the film with Ida Rose.
Oh.
And they helped each other kind of craft and establish this identity. So it's like Sky Riley has her own music, and then when Naomi Scott makes her own music, it's not even the same in any way, shape, or form.
Okay.
And it was so much so that Scott had showed some of these demos of Sky Riley's music to her producer of her music, and the producer didn't even recognize that it was Naomi Scott. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
That is wild that you're going to listen to yourself in your own headphones. Like,
Well,
She's got to get in the game. She's got to get in the game. She's got
I
a lot to
usually,
do.
you know, some Little John or something else in there.
No, I listen to
but
myself singing.
I'll be honest. The last time that I wrote a song of my own, I listened to it like 10,000 times because it's like, I can't believe I did this, you know?
Dude, I'm fucking awesome.
And if you're on the level of Sky Riley, it's like, that's all I'm listening to.
I guess.
The song takes over the soundscape when we join Sky at rehearsals. It plays loudly as she moves with her dancers. Choreography on point. And the song, truly a fucking banger. As everyone moves through their steps, Anton, played by John Rua, watches critically and compliments them.
John Rua, he was in the big screen Hamilton.
What?
Yes.
Interesting.
Says that he was Charles Lee.
Well, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here he's not throwing away his shot because he reminds Sky to keep her eyes up, and she does, looking straight forward and continuing to sing or mouth the lyrics as her dancers turn her around in a circle, upside down and then right side up again. It's all going great as they get back into formation, swaying and hopping from side to side. But when Sky spins with the rest of them, she grunts and clutches her back as she doubles over.
I admittedly don't grasp fully organized choreographed dance. But they had me until they turned her into a ninja star. I don't know what.
She's going crazy. She's spiraling.
I get it, and I'll be honest. This is one of the things. I know that's a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
You don't want to see how the cheese is made. You know what I mean? I want to eat the pizza. I don't need to see the blue cheese or whatever. Whatever, you know what I'm trying to say.
I think he's hungry.
I think it was
Let's just get some cheese.
Yes.
I think it was that too.
Uh-huh.
When they're spinning her around like a gear or ninja star.
Yeah, either way.
I was like, what? I was like,
I was locked in.
I just, you know what I mean? It is cool. I'd love to see the finished product, but
Right.
here I'm just like.
And I understand you can make it to where it's like she's a cog in the system,
Yeah,
etc.
yes.
I just think that everything else seemed very rehearsed, but if you're getting ready for the tour, this feels pretty clumsy. That part, it's like maybe cut that.
Yeah.
'cause
So it was meant to.
Look. Well, okay.
Watch it.
Sorry. They can do better. I've seen them do better.
Anton orders the music off, and the studio goes completely quiet as Sky takes in a sharp, pained gasp of air. One of the dancers asks sincerely if she's okay, and Sky can't even answer. Anton asks her what happened. Is she hurt? Sky manages to stand up, pressing her hands to her back as she stretches, but she assures them that she's fine. She thinks she just took a weird step. Her face is still pinched tight with pain when Anton announces for everyone to take a break. He calls for some ice for Sky, but as the dancers disperse, Sky says no, she wants to go again. Anton tries to reason with her, but she insists. She wants to get it right. The break is over before it began, and the dancers come back. They line back up into formation, and Sky snaps right back into it. Naomi Scott had said, because we have this here and then we have more dancing later on.
Yeah.
She said that they only had like 2 dance rehearsals before they had to start shooting those scenes.
Good Lord.
And that it was extremely difficult, but with everything else that she has to do in this film, the dancing felt like a treat when they got to do that. And I believe it.
Yeah. And for 2 days, then they did good.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
See?
take back
the
twisting.
You should.
Great work on short notice.
Later, in her dressing room, Skye is in her bra, eyeing her back in the mirror, looking at the small scar along her spine before pressing a heating pad to it. She turns to face herself and looks regretfully at the long, winding scar spanning the length of her stomach. With a sigh, she pulls herself from the mirror and goes over to the sink. She dips her hand into her purse, sitting open on the counter, and fishes out a tin of mints. But we're looking down at it from her POV when she flips the lid open and reveals, not mints, but 3 bright yellow pills. She shakes them slightly and they clatter against the metal of the tin. We press in on Skye's face as she looks down at the pills, contemplating, but the decision is made for her when someone knocks at the door. Skye is startled, and when her arm jerks, the pills go flying from the tin and rattle against the pipe as they fall down the drain. Skye only has a moment to mourn the loss before telling the person, just a second. She throws a sweater on before telling them to come in. We watch from the mirror as the door opens and Elizabeth pops her head in. She asks her daughter if she's okay. Is she ready to go? Skye says that she is. She just needs a minute. Elizabeth tells her that she should feel really good about today. Skye says that she knows, and Elizabeth says that that's good. She tells Skye that they're ready when she is, before leaving and closing the door behind her. As soon as she's alone again, Skye turns back to the sink and looks down the drain, stressed.
One thing they do a really good job of in this film is really selling the pressure that she's under as a pop star.
Yeah.
I know for a lot of people, especially with the amount of money that pop stars are paid, it's like playing the world's smallest violin.
Yeah.
That's how
I'm
John
one of
Paul
them.
feels.
And I understand that. I get that too a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of
upset. But I think in the same way of just kind of seeing her as a human being.
Right.
As opposed to like this commodity.
Yeah.
You know, I think that they do a good job of showing all the stress and strain that goes into this kind of work, especially her returning from what she is returning from.
Yeah.
Yes. In the car, Elizabeth and Joshua sit in front of Skye again, their faces lit in the glow of their phones. Joshua reports that the final rehearsal is confirmed for Wednesday. Elizabeth tells Skye that they'll be at the venue first thing in the morning. They have a fitting, a photo shoot, stage walkthroughs, and a fan meet and greet. But Skye is still wincing and pressing her hand against her aching back. As her mother implores her to go straight to bed when she gets home because it's going to be a long day, Skye is finding Lewis in her contacts. She calls up their iMessages, the visible thread only comprised of Skye asking if she can come by and Lewis giving her the green light. She texts him now, "Hey, can I come by?" She hits send, and Elizabeth reminds her that Darius is going to be here tomorrow. He's here for an opening. Lilting her voice, she reminds Skye that she wants him to feel the love, please. The label is advancing a lot of money on this tour. Annoyed, Skye sighs, asking if she's ever not been good with Darius. Elizabeth agrees that Darius obviously adores Skye, but she just wants her daughter to remember who's paying the bill. Skye's phone chimes with a reply from Lewis, an emoji with starry eyes and a thumbs up. The score drones as the car stops in front of Skye's building. Joshua hops out and holds the door for Skye. As she climbs out of the car, Elizabeth reminds her to go straight to bed. Joshua tells her goodnight as she breezes past and enters the golden revolving doors of her building with 2 doormen flanking either side. We pan over to the car as it pulls away before returning to the front of the building and finding that Skye just pushed the revolving doors in a circle and is exiting the building. She hails a taxi and climbs inside.
Didn't even wait a second.
Nope.
I know. And I think one of those door guys said hi to her, good night or whatever. They're not going to recognize you as you turn around and come right back out.
They're like, oop.
And you have a good evening, man.
Yeah.
Hello, TMZ.
Yeah. She's headed west. I did want to say, and this is like the first time that it really kind of jumped out at me, but I don't know if it's just me, but there is something about the momager dynamic that I feel like will always be kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Because there are these moments where it seems like she's like, yeah, take care of yourself, make sure you get enough sleep. But it's not about her getting the sleep because she needs it as a human being and as your daughter. It's because you are this like I said, commodity.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need you in tip-top shape because you need to do all these things for the brand, honey.
That's the thing. I feel like if you're putting on both of those hats, you cannot be great at both of them. And I think that if you're going to find one to sacrifice, it should be the manager part and not the mom part. And I don't think that Elizabeth agrees with me.
She has her own system.
She has her own system.
That's interesting because I didn't ever feel that from her. I felt that she was trying to keep together something that her daughter has already made a mistake doing or has already messed up, and she's like, hey, trying to keep her discipline and in check. And that's what I got out of her.
I would agree with you until it gets to a certain point. And then it's like, oh, okay.
Okay, well,
You're
we'll get there.
This is about Sky Riley, the brand.
Maybe
this is
you
not
can
about your
change my
daughter,
mind.
Sky.
Hey, yeah.
Well, okay, I'm ready.
All right.
Sky, the hood of her oversized sweater pulled over her new blonde hair, knocks on a door twice when it doesn't open the first time. It rips open, and Lewis, the poorly timed buyer from earlier, sticks his head out. He pants, eyeing Sky suspiciously with eyes burdened with dark bags. Finally, he grunts and snatches Sky into his apartment. He slams her against the wall, draws a sword, and brings it to her throat.
Wasn't expecting a sword.
No.
But, I mean, it's effective.
Of what you're trying to do.
I mean,
Home security.
home defense. Yeah.
Sky is shocked and terrified, and when Lewis asks what she wants from him, she reminds him, Vicodin, just Vicodin for the pain, same as last time. But Lewis pushes her against the wall again, denying this. Fuck that. Sky Riley is not just going to show up here. But Sky says that Lewis's text told her to come over. Lewis is like, what? Sky goes, what? And they volley this question back and forth before Lewis takes his phone out of his robe pocket and consults it. He admits, his eyes brimming with tears, that he doesn't remember texting that. He pleads, why doesn't he remember texting that?
I was glad for that because I was like, you seemed a lot cooler via text.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the fuck's going on.
He's like, come on down.
Yeah, and then a sword meets me.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Sky doesn't know. She demands, though, that he get the fuck off of her. Lewis takes a look around and realizes that he's got Sky Riley pressed against the wall of his apartment with a sword to her throat. He apologizes frantically and tosses the sword away where it collides with the clutter of the kitchen counter and falls to the ground. A money sign adorns his wall, glowing neon green behind him, and Lewis walks away, giggling and admitting in a gruff sigh that he's having the worst week. Sky catches her breath as Lewis, slightly out of focus, sits down on the couch and snorts some coke. He cries out pleadingly, "The worst!" And he's not wrong.
No.
Sky wants to know, though, what was with the sword? Lewis is like, what sword? Then he realizes and laughs, a little unhinged, that he's so sorry about that. He drops his voice to a whisper and admits that he just can't be too careful right now. He's in the middle of some genuinely fucking freaky shit. He's talking fucking scary, fucking haunted house shit. He does another line and looks back up at Sky, asking earnestly if she believes in, like, weird stuff. Sky decides that it's time for her to go. But Lewis jumps up, rubbing the powder to his teeth and pleading with her to stay. He's like, what the fuck am I doing? Sky fucking Riley is here and Lewis is being fucking crazy. He slaps himself in the face and titters again before admitting that he is so stoked to see her. He hurries to clean off his cluttered couch, imploring her to sit, to make herself at home. He's sorry about the mess. He'll chill. This softens Sigh, finally catching a glimpse of the Lewis she knows instead of the paranoid one that opened the door and snatched her inside. With a sigh, Sky pulls her hood off and starts over. When Lewis remembers that she said she wanted Vicodin, she confirms this, and Lewis throws his arms wide with the promise, I got you. He asks if she wants anything else. Ketamine? Molly? He's like, I don't even know what this is. But Sky says no. She just wants Vicodin for her back. And Lewis remembers, oh yeah, your back. That sucks. I hate that. He tells her to just chill and he'll be right back. He chuckles and slaps himself in the face again before hurrying to Sky and pulling her into a hug. He tells her that she smells good and that he missed her. Sky fucking Riley, dude. He hurries into the next room, passing the arcade machine set up against the wall, repeating Vicodin, Vicodin, and chastising himself for his behavior. I might skedaddle.
Yeah.
I understand her desperation because apparently like Lewis is discreet and she's just trying to soothe her pain. But I think I might leave. This is scary.
Yeah.
He doesn't really feel like he would be discreet right now. He seems like a very...
Yeah, right now,
Hello,
probably not.
TMZ.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I spoke to the doorman earlier. And it's funny because I'm looking at his apartment. He has this really cool painting of a rabbit on the wall.
Yes.
Like the entire place is really cool. And I was like, what the fuck does he do for...
Oh, yeah. Where does Lewis get all his money? Sky sighs deeply and sits down on the couch, pressing her hand to her chest to calm her racing heart. But her eyes drop to the coffee table where Lewis has left the cocaine. A mound of powder is strewn across the glass tabletop, with a metal straw set in it enticingly. But in the reflection of the glass, Sky sees herself, her hair long and black once again. This pulls her attention up to the TV, where Vladimir Duthier and Christine Johnson, playing themselves, sit behind their news desk. Vladimir reports that Sky Riley is back, nearly 1 year after being hospitalized due to an accident that tragically killed actor Paul Hudson. They show footage from before this accident. On a red carpet in front of a Rolling Stone backdrop stands Sky with her boyfriend, Paul Hudson, played by Ray Nicholson. Yes, this is Jack's boy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And you can immediately tell.
Yes, you can.
I'll be honest, I didn't, and then when your sister told me, I was like, oh my God.
You're like, no, it totally
it turned on, and I was like, oh shit.
His DNA is strong, dude.
Yeah.
Vladimir continues that Hudson had been driving after the couple had left a private party where they were both intoxicated. Sky and Paul pose on the red carpet before the footage switches to Ray's car, crashed in a ditch with emergency vehicles on the highway high above it. Christine adds that the incident occurred while Sky Riley was in the middle of a blockbuster tour where there were speculations about her drug abuse, especially after candid photos of the singer went viral just 2 weeks before the accident. We see these photos of Sky sitting outside her trailer, dusting coke onto the back of her hand, screaming at a friend, openly crying, and then screaming at the paparazzi. Sky has finally had enough and switches off the TV, the sobering news package replaced with her own reflection in the darkness of the screen. And this is when you can tell that the TV that we were watching the Drew Barrymore show on was Lewis's TV. This is the entertainment center.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which I thought was really cool. It took me a few viewings to catch that.
Yeah.
She glances back at the table before calling out to Lewis, who still hasn't returned. Trying to hurry him along, she shares that she has a really early morning tomorrow, so... Lewis doesn't reply. Sky looks back toward the door he disappeared into, and when he's still not there, she stands. She walks toward the door, calling out his name, frustrated, warning that if he's fucking with her, but the expression of fear makes it clear that she doesn't think he's fucking with her.
She did have time to watch a whole news package.
Yeah.
And she's like, Lewis?
Yeah.
Lewis?
But this, again, it's building really good tension.
Yes.
It does. But some time has passed.
It
You
has.
haven't
It
came
has.
back. I gotta go.
But you're so sucked into what you're being shown and
Right.
getting this backstory from her that it's not until she turns the TV off that you're like, wait, where the hell is this dude?
And I did want to say, like, it is such an accurate portrayal of how the news would do something like this.
Oh, yeah.
It's like her big comeback, but look at this. And it's
Yeah.
like, God
Remember
damn.
before?
It's pretty fucked up.
Just as she slowly approaches the door, slowly, Lewis comes sprinting out of it, screaming. When he sees Sky, he screams again, like he didn't know she was here. Sky scrambles backwards, holding out her hands and asking what the fuck is wrong with him. Lewis cries out, his face sweaty and his eyes wide and wild. Where the fuck did you come from? But suddenly, Lewis looks behind Skye, high up above her head. He is stricken silent by fear and his face goes slack. Skye looks behind her and, of course, sees nothing, but Lewis starts panicking again. He fumbles back, falling as he begs this unseen thing to get the fuck away from him. Skye demands to know what's happening, and Lewis continues to cry out, begging it to stay away from him. Suddenly, he starts to choke. Drool leaks from his lips and his eyes bulge as he claws at his throat. Skye kneels next to him, questioning what she should do. Should she call an ambulance? Her fingers clutch at her hair as Lewis continues to choke, his face a concerning red. Skye asks if he's fucking ODing, and finally, Lewis goes still. The choking and gurgling in his throat goes silent. But with the low pulse and the score, his eyes dart over to Skye. Skye calls out to him, but a sick grin spreads across his face. Scared, Skye falls away from him and scuttles backwards, still staring at him with fearful eyes. Lewis bares his teeth in a smile, his eyes wide and staring as he cocks his head to the side. He continues to smile as he drags a 35-pound weight over to himself. He continues to smile as he slowly rises to his feet. Lewis tilts his head slightly downward as he readies the weighted plate in his hands. Without warning, Skye watches as Lewis brings the plate up and crashes it against his face. There is a wet thud, and when he pulls it away, his nose is broken and blood pours down his face. He slams it again. Blood squelches. Flesh gives way. Bones break. Blood drips down his bare chest beneath his open robe, but Lewis still smiles. He slams the weight again, and when he reveals the decimated mess of his face this time, there is nothing recognizable to Lewis left. Blood leaks from the pulpy ruins, and Lewis finally drops the weight. It clatters to the ground, quickly followed by Lewis himself. We press in on Skye's face as she takes all this in, and the score mounts, but it dies away as she skids back across the floor and pulls herself to her feet in a panic. She, as I also would, vomits on the floor. When she peeks back up and catches a glimpse of Lewis, she turns away with a gasp, struggling to catch her breath. She pulls out her phone and types 911. But then she turns back toward the living room and spots the Coke on the table. She looks back at the phone, then at Lewis, lying dead in a crumpled heap, his face beaten unrecognizable by his own hand. Skye stares, conflicted.
This was incredible.
It looked cool.
Lewis's death.
Yeah.
I think like kind of lingering there and being there the whole time. Just this progression of this violence against himself.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the way that everything is working together, the makeup is amazing.
Yes.
The sound design, the flesh, the blood, the teeth clattering onto the ground, the music whenever it's punctuating each of these hits.
Right.
It was just a really successful sequence for me. And I was thinking about, I guess, the first death like this that our protagonist sees in the first smile. And it's doing, again, what we said sequels should do. You kind of elevate it, build it up, and make it even bolder.
Yes.
Right.
And I think this is just perfect, really.
I think it does look cool, him smashing himself in the face. Her sitting there for a long time was puzzling to me because it's like
She's in shock.
Right, but you need to get out of here. Like
Skye Riley can't be here.
You've got
No,
you've got no kind of like what do you call it? Survival?
Self-preservation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just sitting there like,
It's
just eat me next. That's fine. This dude fucking's already creepy. Comes
Yeah.
into the room weird. I'm just going to go. You're picking up the weight. I think you're going to use it on me.
I would be-
I'm getting the
Yeah.
fuck out of here.
You would think, though, I would think that he did something. Like he got fucked up and freaked out. That's what I would think.
Okay.
Because he's freaking out.
Well, he's serious about lifting.
It's a way of life.
Yeah. He meant it.
Yeah, he did. I think Watching it though, because you see him go through so many different emotional shifts.
Yeah.
And you see what seems like him dying on the ground.
Yeah.
And then it's like, what the hell are you smiling at?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like I understand exactly what you're saying.
But yeah, how do
because,
you process that?
Yeah, you would be
Yeah.
sitting there frozen, but then at the same time, you were like, go.
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of
move
here.
your ass.
Yeah. More to kind of piggyback on what you were saying to you about this, like kind of replicating the death in the first film. Parker Finn had said that they used a lot of sharp objects in Smile. And so he wanted to do the opposite and go heavy and blunt.
Ah, okay.
So this effect with Lewis's death is the one that he was most excited about, and they planned it meticulously. He said that it's this kind of sick game of peekaboo. So they made 3 distinct stages of makeup for Lucas Gage. Jeremy Sellenfriend came back as the prosthetic makeup designer. He worked on the first one, and he obviously designed and crafted the prosthetics, as the title suggests. It was getting more and more severe, obviously, with each stage.
Yeah.
And they said that each stage took about 3 hours,
Wow.
the prosthetics did. And so it took multiple days of shooting to film Lewis's death. Sellenfriend had said that he studied photos of MMA fighters for reference
Okay.
to kind of study severe nose breaks and like beaten faces.
Yeah.
And Lucas Gage said that looking at himself in the mirror at the final stage made him want to vomit.
I get it, dude.
Yeah, it looks cool. You even see, like you're saying, it does look wonderful. You see a piece of his
skin
like
flap.
flesh fall off, and
Uh-huh.
you see his skull, and I'm
Yeah.
like, God damn.
They really pulled out all the stops, obviously, with the practical effects and the prosthetics, but they implemented puppetry for that skin flap on his cheek.
Okay.
They were manipulating it to pull it open, and they used what they called a kiss of VFX, adding a piece of green to the center of his nose so that it could be digitally removed. Because at the end, he does not have a nose.
No.
He really doesn't have anything.
Yeah.
But this was incredible. So disgusting. So just incredibly implemented.
And what's so incredible as well is even through this mask of just gore,
Yeah.
you still see the smile.
No, he's still smiling.
Yeah.
This was just quite the accomplishment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And, you know, we know that this is going to find its way to Sky when we meet her. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
For this to be the way it does, and then connecting her to Joel through Lewis.
Right.
Really clever. I thought was really cool.
It is. I do have a question, though, thinking about it now, because maybe I just kind of forgot. But Joel did tell us at the beginning that somebody else had to watch someone else
Lewis-
doing something crazy.
Yeah, Lewis.
But nobody's doing anything crazy to Lewis. Does it have to be another person who's
No,
smiling?
I
Or
think
is
it's just like it's just a witness of
It's just the trauma.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Rose did it to herself.
like a chain
That's what
letter.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't really remember, and I'm trying to remember exactly
No.
because we got, like you said, new viewers.
Yeah.
He told us at the beginning.
Yeah.
But that is what he said.
No, Joel was trying to, I think, not die himself and pass it
Oh,
along
okay.
to somebody who he didn't care if they died.
Right. I couldn't exactly remember how
Yeah.
It worked.
No, she's got it.
Okay.
All right.
The diagnosis is not good.
You jogged a memory because I was trying to think as well how that all works out and everything.
Yeah.
In the first Smile, she was going to go kill her boss. No, the guy in the her patient. She brought a knife to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
She brought a knife to work.
It's bring your knife to work day. But she was
sounded so
gonna
excited.
pass it on to the boss until he tore his face off.
That's right.
We remember. You don't forget a thing like that. The city is upside down when we glide through the buildings, the lights in their windows shining into the night. Pain and distorted vocals sing in the score as we enter into a tall building through a window and find Sky walking through the front door of her dark apartment and slamming it behind her. We zoom in on her upside down, frightened face as she closes her eyes and tries to steady herself.
There's already been a lot of really interesting camera work in this film.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say the cinematographer is Charlie Saroff. Once again, another person brought back from Smile for this film.
Yeah.
I love Finn reusing so many of these
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like we all speak the same language
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
Like we know what we're doing together.
And I think that's what's so interesting. Like you mentioned about, we did a lot of sharp weapons, so we're going to go for blunt weapons. There was kind of the same discussion going on with the cinematography where they're like, I don't want to just do what we did. So they wanted to kind of create their own visual language for Smile 2 that is, of course, reverent to what they did in the first film, but kind of creating its own tone and atmosphere for the character of Sky Riley.
Yeah.
And so Saroff was talking about the influences that led them to the kind of atmosphere and camera work that we have in this film. And it's very interesting because once you hear it, you can kind of see it as well. But they said that they had looked into other films that featured a performer under pressure. And these included Black Swan and Guadagnino's Suspiria.
Huh.
And once you know that, you're like, I can start to see some overlap here.
Right.
He had said they also looked into the artwork of Edward Hopper, photography of Luke Cordes, and Gregory Crewdson, who we learned, I think I mentioned it last week, 2 weeks ago. Weapons. It was also an influence on weapons.
Oh, okay.
But all of these artists and photographers also kind of helped them sell this isolation of even being in a big populated city like New York.
Mm-hmm.
They're selling this loneliness of it.
Yeah.
And I think you see that a lot in these drone shots outside of her apartment building and certain ways that she's even framed in her apartment itself where she looks so small in this massive space.
Huh.
And it kind of contradicts what you would think of the life of a pop star.
Yeah.
Because it's like you're surrounded by people, you have people that adore you, but they shoot her in such a small space of these massive frames.
Okay.
And speaking of her apartment,
Yeah.
there's very limited information about the production designer, Lester Cohen,
Yeah.
and what he did here. But as we're entering the apartment, I think it will surprise both of you because it surprised the hell out of me. It's a set.
It looks like a real apartment.
It does.
Yeah, it does. And I love this apartment.
Me too.
It's very nice.
It is. They had said, I guess, whenever they were doing, because even when you look out of the windows,
Yeah.
it looks like you see the city lights and everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
But what they did is they took where they would think her apartment would be located in a building in Manhattan, and they filmed plates outside of a window in Manhattan.
I was going to say, if you say a fucking that big,
I was
No.
waiting.
No.
I was waiting.
Like, I swear to God,
I'm
It was
flipping the table.
not this time.
All right.
Sadly, I guess it was LED screens.
Okay.
And they put them outside of these windows in this set
Wow.
on a soundstage.
That's fucking awesome.
You fooled the shit
Yeah.
out of me.
Me too.
I would never be able to tell that those were just TVs. That's crazy.
But in the kitchen, she reaches into the mini fridge below the island and takes out a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water. She gulps it down, finishing the entire delicious bottle at once. Later, after she bathes, she stands in front of the mirror in a towel, robotically brushing her hair back. A small tattooed whispering devil is curled behind her ear as the brush becomes stuck, catching in her hair. Sky pulls it through roughly, earning a cluster of twisted blonde hairs in the brush for her trouble. She stares down at this before looking back up at her reflection. She lies in her large bed, staring up at the ceiling until her eyelids begin to get heavy. As soon as she lets them finally drift closed, there is a loud, sickly, familiar squelching. Sky's eyes snap back open and she sits up with a gasp. She looks across the room, scanning the windows with their sheer curtains, the walls with their edgy and intriguing art. And finally, at her bedside, he stands there, Louis, with his bleeding and ruined face, the bottom of his jaw peeling off in a thick flap, revealing his still, smiling teeth.
Firstly, the pan across the room, you're like, something is going to happen
Yep.
Yeah.
at any second, and it's very, very troubling. I also wanted to call out that Edvard Munch painting, The Vampire. One of my favorites.
Okay.
But when we get over to Louis and there's not a musical sting, I was very pleased.
That's always
That helps
so much scarier to me. Because we all have that moment in the middle of the night, whether it's the closed chair, whether it's something
Yeah.
hanging on the back of the door, where you're like, what the fuck is that? And that is like torturous. It's terrifying. And that, I feel like the only way to replicate that in film is to keep it that quiet. Did I just see that moment instead of bing?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, we get it, dude. I'm scared.
Let it speak for itself.
Yeah.
Right. I don't hear music when I see my sleep paralysis demon.
No.
There's none of that.
It's silent. Sky wakes up for real this time, switching on the light and looking around the room. There's nothing there. She lies back down on the pillow, trying to catch her breath. And we match cut to her, staring in the same vacant way as a makeup artist and a hair artist, played by Karma Jenkins and Daphne Zell, get her ready in a brightly lit vanity. I loved this match cut.
Yeah.
It was cool.
She's still same headspace.
Yeah, yeah.
This is still stuck with her. I also loved that accent wall behind her bed. It's all floral. It's gorgeous. And I've always loved it since the first time I watched this. But watching it now, it did make me think of Gorgeous's room and house.
Yes. That's very fair.
Okay, that's what I
didn't have that frame of reference
I was
before.
like, man, I know I've seen something like that before. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's stunning. Like, it's stunning.
Yeah.
Let me get out of a rental. I'm going to have the coolest fucking house. The coolest fucking house. Distortion echoes, and Elizabeth stands out of focus behind Sky, barely audible when she asks, "What do you think, Sky?" When she asks if Sky is paying attention, we finally face the real Sky instead of her reflection as she locks in. Her mom chastises that this is important stuff, and we spin with Sky as the stylists twirl her chair so she can face Elizabeth. I loved that. Sky snaps that she's listening. Settling down onto the couch, Elizabeth asks her if she's okay because she looks exhausted. Sky's like, "Wow, thanks, Mom." But Elizabeth reminds her that it's very important for her to stay on top of her sleep schedule. She calls for Joshua to bring Sky a water.
I wonder what brand.
I don't know. I have no idea. Despite Sky insisting that she's fine, Joshua gets up to get it. Elizabeth decides that she wants Sky to have someone around to help her out again. She asks if she's talked to Gemma about coming on tour. Rubbing lotion into her hands, Sky dismisses that Gemma is not going to want to hear from her. But when Elizabeth asks again if she's reached out, Sky admits that she hasn't. Elizabeth reminds her that Gemma is her best friend. She's sure she'd be willing to forgive whatever happened between the two of them. She says that Sky is a completely different person than she was a year ago, but Sky asks her to just please leave it alone. Elizabeth can't. She declares that real friends are hard to come by, and it was really good for her when Gemma was around. Joshua speaks up and volunteers to help out with anything Sky might need. He holds in his hands a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water. But when he offers it to Sky, she refuses it, which is madness. But Elizabeth reminds her that it's important to stay hydrated, and Sky interrupts, asking impatiently if she can just stop. The hair and makeup artists pull their hands away and freeze, but Sky apologizes. Not them. There's a knock at the door, and Darius, played by Raul Castillo, steps in with the bouquet of flowers. Sky pushes down her annoyance and smiles brightly as she greets him. I see a lot of wincing going on.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way she talked to them.
A lot of cringing.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say. You're upset, but not upset enough to have your hair and makeup stop. Like your mom
She
sounds
wasn't talking
like
to them.
I'm still,
Yeah, but
though,
like,
it's
I didn't say stop.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I got out of it. That's what I got
That's
out
how
of
it
it. If
felt.
2 of the 3 got it, then I think.
The majority has
Yeah,
it.
because her mom is right. You need to take care of yourself. If somebody needs to help you, let them go be with you.
She just watched somebody horrifically bash their own face.
She's
Then
been
you need
through,
help.
yeah.
And she never got the Vicodin, so she's still in a lot of pain.
And I understand that, but these people are at work trying to help you look better.
No,
Yes.
yeah, but she was not talking
She's like,
to
sorry,
them.
I wasn't talking about you. Back to it.
Right, where's that boss?
Yeah, seriously. Where's that refreshing boss? Boy! And snaps. Come
on!
Oh my God. Sky Riley, why?
Why? Raul Castillo, he was in Knives Out in 2019
Hey.
and Army of the Dead in 2021.
All right.
Yeah.
He did look very familiar.
He
He
does,
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
Darius announces that he just wants to say hi to his favorite rock star as the flowers are whisked away. Sky says that she'd come hug him, but she's trapped in the glam process. Darius assures her that he'll come to her, but he stops first to hug an enthusiastic Elizabeth. Joshua's like, hey, Darius, and tries to hug him, but Darius sidesteps him with the, hey, man, and walks straight to Sky in her chair. So I automatically hate Darius.
Yeah, that was rude as fuck.
Joshua is so sweet.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just feel bad for him for a lot of this movie, honestly.
Yeah. He's an innocent.
Yes.
Straight
up.
But they touch up Sky's face and hair and glide a jade roller over her cheek as she and Darius clutch hands. And Darius says that it's getting exciting around here. Sky agrees, gushing that she is so excited. But Darius has a little favor to ask of her. Sky is like, sure. But her eyes dart quickly to her mother before looking back at Darius. He explains that there's a fundraising dinner tomorrow for Music Inspires Hope, a foundation for underprivileged youth. He says that Interscope Records has done a lot of work with the foundation, and he knows that this is last minute, but he was hoping she'd be willing to be a special presenter. Sky is like, oh. Darius understands that she has a lot on her plate, but he promises no red carpet, no press, none of the annoying stuff. Sky plasters on a smile as her eyes flit to her mother, who mouths, say yes. Darius concludes that all Sky will have to do is smile and read from the teleprompter. Interesting choice of words.
Yeah.
Sky looks at Elizabeth one more time before answering with a big grin. How could I say no?
Admittedly, it sounds like it's very easy work.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll go fine.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Just smile and read from the teleprompter, you know? At Sky's photo shoot, the photographer, played by Parker Finn,
That's great.
raises his camera and snaps flurries of photos. As Sky poses, he coaxes her to give him more. She poses expertly in sheer silver, leather, and sparkles, a delicate white. Each look has a different styling with her makeup and hair, but the same haunted look in her eyes.
I thought it was something really small and subtle, the way that he's kind of coaxing these looks out of her for the photos. And he's like, more, even more, give me more. It feels very much like a small bit of commentary of just picking these people clean, picking them dry. When they have nothing left, give me all that you've got. Because she's under a lot of pressure right now. And even in this photo shoot, she's like doing her best just to stay
just
there.
to get through it,
But
it's
I thought
like,
it was
it's just like Britney Spears said.
her song, yes.
Give me more?
Yeah.
So,
All right.
Well, no. So there's one bit of inspiration, unlike what was spoken of earlier.
A lot of this does look cool, but I'll be honest. Again, for me, I don't really care for this. So
I had to force myself to limit the talk of the fashions and the looks because I loved all of them.
it looks cool. I don't, you know what I mean? It's not something I'm interested in. So it is like, okay, this is cool.
I'll take his interest, please. Just put it
There you go.
just put it on the side and bring it to me.
Right.
I liked it better when they did this in Zoolander,
Oh, wow.
Okay.
which is a fantastic movie. We should cover that.
Really?
It's horror somewhere.
Moving
in there.
on.
There's gotta be.
I'm sure it is somewhere. In her dressing room, Sky stands in front of the mirror in her next costume. Her nails tap against her phone screen, and she narrows her blue glitter-crusted eyes as she Googles, does vomit have DNA? Which is a good question.
Yeah.
It does, but on your phone?
Oh, also true.
Sky, God, dude, she's incognito.
Yeah. Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
But I'm glad for this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
when she threw up, that was the first thing I thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
She chews on her finger as she reads the results. Would you leave your DNA if you vomited at a crime scene? Does vomit contain identifying DNA? It depends.
Oh, great.
Fuck off. Sky lets out a shaky sigh and instead goes to her contact for Gemma. In the contact photo, Sky with her long black hair sticks out her tongue, licking Gemma's cheek as she poses for the photo. She pulls up their old texts. Gemma, Got anything to say to me this morning? Sky, do I need to repeat myself? Gemma, whatever. I'm done with you. You're toxic as fuck, Sky. Sky, fuck off. You're scum. Eat shit, bitch.
Could have gone better in the last conversation.
And I mean, this is why she was like, Mom, she does not want to hear from me.
Yeah. You didn't see what I wrote to her.
I was really out of line.
You're scum.
Yeah.
You are scum.
She sounds like a problem.
That's pretty rough. She was going through it.
Sky types a new message. Hey, how have you been? She wrestles with it before deleting all of it. She's still staring at the screen, contemplating the next move when she gets a notification. A message from an unknown number. Her brow furrows as she clicks on the notification and opens the text. Were you at Louis Fergoli's apartment last night?
I'd throw up again.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Sky's glittering nail hovers over the message as her eyes go wide. She starts breathing heavily, but her head jerks up and goes silent when she hears a sickly, familiar, squelching sound.
Not right now.
No, I know.
Please.
Right, give me just a second.
Yes, good Lord.
Sky looks around her empty dressing room and finds nothing until she turns back toward the mirror. She sucks in air in a horrified gasp as her phone slips from her hands and clatters on the floor. We see what she sees. Standing behind her in her reflection is Louis, his face obscured by her head. We see the deep gashes on his forehead and the blood staining his open robe. Sky stares in horror, but when she turns around, she's alone again. Facing the mirror once more, she finds Louis still standing behind her. She leans slightly to the side, and Louis follows her choreography. But suddenly, with a bang, he's gripping the sides of Sky's mouth with his fingers, pulling her lips up into a terrible forced grin as blood leaks from her mouth. Sky screams and swipes at her own face, but there is nothing there. Louis is gone.
I might be doing a little too much, as I do sometimes, but the color of the curtains and the floor are different, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But the way it looks and the pattern of it reminded me a lot of Twin Peaks, and there are a lot of really startling and iconic moments revolving around reflections in Twin Peaks.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't know if this was kind of a little bit of a nod to it.
Totally could be.
Okay.
But this is troubling.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I would have started dancing, seeing if he would have followed me.
Because he was doing
Yeah, he
everything.
already was.
Yeah.
He was keeping up.
Brand new backup dancer.
Mhm. She's like, walk this way.
It's Louis on the track.
Sky takes a deep breath and tries to steady herself. She turns back to the mirror and encourages herself in a whisper to get her shit together. She turns to leave, but when the door opens and Elizabeth, Joshua, and the costume designer played by Michaela Lamas enter, it scares the shit out of her. She snaps at her mother, asking, can't she knock? But Elizabeth insists that they were knocking. She wasn't answering. When she asks why Sky was screaming, Sky lies, kind of badly, that she saw a spider. Joshua's like, I'm sorry, there's a spider in here? But Elizabeth pushes past this, bringing up a supposed wardrobe issue Sky has. Sky confirms that it's the costume she's wearing now, a sheer, glittery, butterfly-inspired blue and yellow look, paired with knee-high black boots over her fishnetted legs. Sky declares that she is not wearing this, but Elizabeth loves it. She doesn't understand. Sky snaps at the costume designer and asks if she can please show her. The costume designer shines her flashlight against the costume, rendering the sheer panel over Sky's stomach almost totally see-through and exposing the twisted scar winding down her stomach. Sky points out that the stage lighting is going to shine right through this. When Elizabeth still doesn't understand, Sky explains in a frantic whisper that she's not trying to show everyone how fucking disgusting she is. The costume designer switches off the flashlight and slides it back into her belt as Elizabeth sighs that she thinks Sky is overreacting a little bit. Joshua agrees that he thinks her scar is badass, and Elizabeth says that it is badass, and this is honestly one of the best looks. But Sky puts her foot down that she is not wearing it.
Of course, I understand insecurities. And I understand. I feel like she is being very harsh on herself.
Yeah.
But how the fuck do you not understand if somebody's uncomfortable with something? Why are you still pushing this issue of her?
Because it's again, John Paul. Elizabeth, her concern is not her daughter. It's the brand. It is Sky Riley as a performer, and this looks good on Sky Riley. And it doesn't matter what her daughter Sky thinks about it or feels, how she feels in it. That doesn't matter. This is one of your best looks. You have to wear it. I like it.
No, I understand, like you're saying, T, and I get what you're saying. Also, she was rude to her mom as soon as her mom and them got in the room.
She
was
has been through
already,
a lot.
instead of trying to compromise and can I wear something else to cover this or anything, you do look good in that outfit. I do understand how you feel. Again, there's other people who are working on this project. There are other people who designed this for you. I do get it. But I feel like some of the responses that Sky gives are very
She's a little short.
Very short.
They are.
And it's like, maybe, have you guys been knocking? Oh my God, I didn't. There is nobody else gets grace, but she wants it.
And that's fair. And she did lie about that spider, which is very uncool.
Now I'm on it.
Yeah.
For no
And I
reason.
don't even need to be. But I do think you're right. That is something that is interesting because if you really have been knocking outside that whole time, then I'm already losing touch with reality.
Yes. Yeah.
And that's really startling.
And I think that if you look at it from the outside, it looks diva-ish. She looks like an asshole. But we know what she just saw and what she's been through. So I think that we need to extend some grace to Sky because she just saw Lewis in the mirror.
She did.
And he was ripping her mouth into a smile.
He was.
Which, dude?
And then y'all are busting
sucks.
in. That does
It does.
real bad.
But I think that all these people could stand to be a little more attentive to each other in the right ways.
Yeah.
Because she needs to accept that her daughter doesn't want to wear that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And she needs to accept that there is a tour.
Yeah.
And it's very important to a shit ton of people who wrap their entire lives into it.
Or just say, hey, look, Mom, can I talk to you alone?
Yeah.
Fair.
I'm so sorry. This is going to be weird or whatever. Check it out.
Yeah.
But I think that that's what is so sad about this dynamic is she can't do that because she's not talking to her mom. She's talking to her manager.
Okay,
all
that's
the time.
Fair. That's fair.
I think also another thing is difficult is Sky Riley's past.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you do start
What
saying
does that
this,
look like?
will you believe me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right.
It just sucks. Her back is up against the wall.
And her back is in a lot of pain too.
Yeah. You're right, T.
Like, more, please.
More Sky sympathies. Later, after walking through the venue with security, Darius, Elizabeth, and Joshua, Sky is secured into a harness on stage. She stares vacantly. She sits in the stands, nervously twirling her finger in her hair. She's pulled up in her harness, raising her arms as glitter falls from the sky. A big metal capsule opens center stage, leaking smoke and revealing Sky to be inside. After the rehearsal, the venue goes dark and colorful shapes begin to appear on the screen behind the stage. We press in on this until it all dissolves to white. Sky signs her autograph on this new whiteness, and we pan out to find her signing an old poster of her with her long black hair standing among splashing water. She hands the autograph to a young fan played by Margot Weintraub, who bounces in excitement and thanks her profusely. Joshua invites them to come and take their photo, and she hurries over. When the fan asks if they can do matching poses, Sky is game and lets the girl choose. They curl their finger over their lips together and smile for the camera as Joshua snaps the picture. He compliments it, hands the phone back to the fan, and calls over the next person. Sky signs her album, Too Much for One Heart, where she stares back at us through black circle contact lenses and smeared colorful makeup. A goth college student played by Chloe Rice gushes, her own mascara smeared down her face. That Too Much for One Heart got her through literally the worst breakup of her life. She feels like Sky is her spirit animal. And oh my gosh, can she give her a hug? Sky replies, oh my gosh, yes, and embraces her fan sincerely. They pose for a photo, and at the last second, the fan sticks her tongue out between her forked fingers. Dunbar, played by Christopher Bailey, tells Sky that she's got to check out his SoundCloud. Sky's like, oh. And Dunbar's like, so who does your production?
Is he trying to get a job?
I know. Come on, dude.
Joshua steps in, guiding them over to take their photo. And after it's snapped, Dunbar asks if they can do one more vertical. Another fan, played by Caitlin Classy, clutches a prayer candle with Sky on it and croons New Brain from beneath her bucket hat. Sky tells her that was amazing, and the girl giggles. Finally, a yellow shirt is placed on the table in front of Sky. She is depicted posing in 3 separate squares along the front, and this is the first item that shows her now, rehabilitated and with her new hair. We pan up from the shirt to find Alfredo, played by Ivan Carlo, smiling nervously. Angry red rashes stand out on his face as he asks if she could sign for Alfredo. Sky does as she's asked, and Alfredo adds, "Love, Sky." Sky looks up at him and nods, adding a heart before her signature. Clearly uncomfortable, she sets down the Sharpie and nods her head at Joshua as she moves over to the photo op area. Joshua looks uneasy as he raises Alfredo's phone to take the picture. Alfredo grips his yellow shirt as he wraps his arm around Sky and confides that he's a big fan. Sky thanks him for coming out, but Alfredo tells her that he can see she's sad on the inside. Sky's smile fades and she's like, "I'm sorry, what?" Alfredo proclaims that he can make her happy and they would be so happy together and she's so beautiful. Sky tries to pull away from him as he growls that she has the most amazing skin. Sky yells for him to get the fuck off of her as security yanks him away and she stumbles back. Alfredo screeches that he loves her. He loves her. He loses his shoes as security drags him away out of sight. Sky goes behind the curtain to catch her breath, and Joshua tells the disturbed crowd to give them just like one quick sec. You saying that maybe you're going too far, thinking that there was some Twin Peaks inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
I may be going too far. That he reminded me a little bit of Mr. Mimania.
I was gonna. Yes,
right.
I was gonna say.
I was like, I wonder if Perfect Blue.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Because it is like this creepy obsession contingent portion of a fan base.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
Very. Especially like when he put his hand out and she was standing on it.
The song was a banger.
It was. Sky is pressing her hand to her chest and steadying her breathing when Elizabeth walks over and sighs. She asks if she's okay. Sky nods, and when her mom hands her a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water, Sky takes it and drinks. Elizabeth offers her a break, but Sky just wants to get through this. She steps back to her booth. Joshua asks if everything is gravy, and when Sky nods, he calls the next person over. The security guard steps aside to reveal a smiling girl played by Mila Falkhoff. She steps forward in her colorful necklaces, her pigtails, braces flashing, and her unwavering smile. Sky looks uneasy when she asks what her name is. The girl doesn't reply. She just keeps smiling. Sky points out that she's got a pretty cool shirt. Does she want her to sign it? When the girl doesn't answer, Sky raises the Sharpie and signs her pink Sky Riley t-shirt. Joshua invites them to take the photo, but the girl is still smiling and staring directly at Sky when he takes it. Joshua says that that's a good one, but the girl's expression never changes. Even when she walks away, holding her mother's hand, she still twists her head back, smiling as she gets one last look at Sky. Sky stares back, disconcerted.
So everybody else saw that little girl?
I hope, sure.
Right? Because that makes it a little peculiar that nobody's like, wasn't that weird earlier where that little girl wouldn't stop like looking at you like that?
Yeah, because Joshua was like, hey, great.
He was like,
great
here.
picture.
Yeah.
You thought that was a great picture?
Yeah.
Maybe nobody else is seeing it that way.
And she's just regular?
Yeah.
Do you think that it would have worked better if maybe Mr. Mimania wasn't so scary? Like if he was a little less and then we build up to this rather than him being actually terrifying?
I can see that. I think it's just like another thing that is fucking scary and sucks in her life right now is that aspect of a fan base that is terrifying. I think that it's just not necessarily, I mean, we may utilize it later for something, but it's just another aspect of pile more. Like she's at capacity. That night, she lies on the bench seat in front of her window with the heating pad beneath her back, twining her fingers through her hair and staring at the text from the unknown number. Were you at Louis Fergoli's apartment last night? The distorted score mounts, only silencing when Sky pulls out a piece of her hair with a sigh. So this is not good.
Yeah.
She scrolls through her contacts until she finds Gemma, and she hesitates for a moment before calling. Sky winces as she pulls herself into a sitting position and presses the phone to her ear where the ringing drones. When she gets the voicemail, she responds a little awkwardly that she was just thinking about Gemma and how much she wants to apologize about everything. She understands that Gemma might not want to talk to her, but could she call her, please? She admits in a whisper that she misses her before hanging up. As soon as the call is disconnected, Sky's phone starts to ring. The contact photo for Gemma fills the screen, and Sky hops to her feet as she answers with a surprised, "Hey!" Gemma, played by Dylan Galula, responds with the same, "Hey." Sky fills the ensuing silence, stammering, asking how Gemma's been. Gemma guesses that she's been pretty good, but she admits that she's surprised to hear from Sky. Sky knows. She apologizes for just calling out of the blue, but Gemma says it's okay. It's cool. Sky shares that she's actually feeling really overwhelmed at the moment. She concedes that she knows that this isn't Gemma's problem, and it's probably pretty shitty of her to even be calling. But her voice cracks when she confesses that she really doesn't have anybody else to talk to right now. When Gemma asks what's going on, Sky wonders if there's any chance she would want to come over. Gemma is taken aback. Right now? Sky says yes, unless Gemma's busy or something. She bites her lip when Gemma pauses, but Gemma ultimately accepts the invitation. She says to give her like 45 minutes. Sky says that this is perfect, and the two end the call. So this could not have gone more perfect.
Yeah.
And I did appreciate Sky being like, it's probably pretty shitty of me to even be calling you. Because it kind of is. I mean, I know that she wants to apologize, but like if I'm Gemma and you treated me like that and then you're calling me because you don't have anybody else to talk to, I'd be like, okay, so use me then. Like I think that it's coming from a sincere place, but I did appreciate the acknowledgement of like, I know this is, you know what I mean? Whatever. Overwhelmed, Sky looks down at the phone with a sigh and does the only thing you can do when you're feeling overwhelmed. She goes to the mini fridge beneath her kitchen island and pulls out a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water. And standing in her dark kitchen, she gulps down half the bottle in one go. I mean, how can you not?
Yeah, it's
so good. When she leaves the kitchen, we stay behind, lingering on the half-drunk glass bottle that Sky left on the counter.
How could you leave half?
I know, you know?
Cool, refreshing drink.
It's a
We're
shame,
open
really.
to it, Voss, if you want to. We'll drink it all goddamn day.
You know what? You got it, Voss.
Oh, shit.
It writes
Call us,
itself.
yeah.
Oh, seriously,
call
call
us
us. We need this.
Sky switches on the light across the room, illuminating a framed photo of a very young Sky and Gemma hugging and smiling for the camera. She sits in front of her piano and opens the music book, "Fuck You" scrawled across its cover. Inside are scribbled her own sketches and lyrics. She settles on one and begins to play because she's looking out west. She's always been looking that way.
I was surprised to see that she has a book like Charlie from Always Sunny. Right? Denim chicken, right? That's what she's doing here.
Uh-huh.
This is her dream book.
Yeah.
Shit. I can't read it. I don't know.
No. Hans Vermhat.
No, but she starts to sing and play her song. The lyrics: "I've got thick skin, but I'm hollow, made up of broken parts. Got a body, but it's borrowed, with a shadow for a heart. Is this how my story's told?" Which I thought was interesting. But the music is cut off at the sound of glass crashing across the room. Sky turns with a gasp and walks slowly toward the kitchen, where what was once a cold, refreshing bottle of Voss water is in pieces on the floor.
Biggest tragedy of the film.
I mean, devastating. Sky calls out, "Hello?" But of course, she receives no answer. She walks to the front door and secures the lock before going into the closet, pulling open its creaking door and taking out a broom. But her walk back to the kitchen slows when she sees something that makes her brow furrow in confusion. Looking over Sky's shoulder, we see it too. The yellow shirt that Sky signed for Alfredo at her meet and greet, lying neatly in the entrance to her hallway. Her writing is still on it in Sharpie. For Alfredo, heart, Sky Riley. Sky's breath quivers in her shock and fear, but she still rounds the corner to the hallway. We pan across its length, finding Alfredo's worn shoes, his discarded coat, his plaid shorts, his crumpled socks, and finally, his skid-marked tighty-whities. We didn't need the doo-doo street.
No. And skid mark is generous. That was a
I
whole
was gonna
ass.
say, yeah.
Like, it was more shit than fabric, really.
It was. That's just gross.
That's crazy.
It was really uncalled for.
Yeah. It's too much.
Her breath trembling, Sky lifts her eyes from the clothes to the end of the hall, and the light clicks off suddenly, bathing her in shadow. I will say I do want to give Sky some credit here, because when I saw those undies, I'd be like, we're not getting past that.
No.
It's completely silent when we see that at the end of the hall stands Alfredo, stark naked, with his hair falling long and lank. The two lock eyes and stare at each other, Sky's ragged breathing the only sound between them. But with a sharp musical sting, Alfredo snaps into action and sprints down the length of the hallway. Sky tosses the broom to the side and races for the front door. She unlocks it and throws it open to find Gemma. Gemma gets the shit scared out of her, and Sky is so startled that she falls backwards, skidding onto the floor. Gemma asks what's happening, but Sky shushes her. She turns back toward her apartment, and Alfredo is gone. She arms herself with a piece of decor and walks slowly back to the hall. Following suit, Emma grabs a random piece to arm herself with too and trails behind Sky.
That's a great friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Sky sees that there is no yellow t-shirt at the end of the hall anymore. There's no trail of Alfredo's abandoned attire. She turns back to look at Gemma and catches sight of the closet door behind her, firmly closed. This prompts her to turn back to the ruins of that cold, refreshing Voss water bottle. But there's nothing there. It still sits on the counter, half of its delicious contents just begging to be enjoyed.
Did we already start getting the money?
I know, right?
I'm optimistic. Sky asks in a whisper, "What the fuck?" Gemma speaks up from behind her, admitting that she's confused, and this snaps Sky back to reality. She jogs over to her friend and throws her arms around her. Sky asks how she was able to get here so fast, but Gemma doesn't understand. Sky called her like an hour ago. That is terrifying.
Yeah.
Sky lets go of her and eyes her suspiciously. An hour? She turns her back on Gemma and walks into the kitchen, clearly disturbed as she runs her fingers through her hair. Gemma cautiously asks how she's doing, and Sky stammers that she didn't sleep last night, so she thinks she had some sort of crazy lucid nightmare fever dream. It scared the crap out of her. She grabs the bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water and downs the rest of it. Gemma's like, "Are you thirsty?" And after finishing her smooth, delicious water, Sky shares that a therapist from her recovery program advised Sky that anytime she feels overwhelmed by the urge to use or get drunk, she should stop whatever she's doing and drink a full glass of water as a form of acknowledgement for what she can and can't control.
She's on the board for Voss. I know.
Yeah.
Her therapist?
Yes.
Whatever you say, Dr. Voss.
I didn't make a connection.
Yeah. It should have been a giveaway.
I didn't even think about it.
I do want to say, I personally, look, I understand, of course, she's under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
You can kind of understand the lack of sleep and how it can lead to such things.
Yeah.
But what I witnessed, there's no way I'm brushing it off and being like, oh, it just must have been some kind of a... Dude, that was the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen. And also very gross.
Yeah.
My brain wouldn't do that.
No, I would never feed me that bullshit.
That you saying that, I do feel the same way. There's a couple of things that are like, come on, dude, you know better than that.
Yeah.
Come on. And I understand you have been seeing Lewis and everything, but this is something beyond.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. But Gemma's like, well, it's good to see you. Sky crosses the room and hugs her again while Gemma stands there, awkwardly and a little icy. Sky sincerely apologizes for being a ginormous fucking asshole. When Gemma doesn't respond, Sky acknowledges again that she owes her such a huge apology, and Gemma agrees that she really does, and she doesn't know why it's taken her over a year to tell her that. Holding onto Gemma's hand, Sky says that she did want to call sooner, but she didn't know if Gemma would forgive her, or if she hated her and never wanted to hear from her again. Gemma says abruptly that her apology is accepted, and Sky plants a kiss on her forehead. Holding her face, she tells Gemma that she fucking loves her. She knows that, right? Gemma finally smiles, and Sky gushes that she's her ride or die. But Gemma's had enough of the sappiness. She says that before they start sucking each other's dicks, she wants to know why Sky is being so weird. Sky says that she doesn't know, and she's fighting tears when she sinks down to the floor on the side of the island. She sighs that she's such a mess. Gemma sits down across from her, pulling off her coat as she asks just how messy we're talking. Sky looks up at Gemma and admits in a whisper that something really bad happened. She asks if Gemma remembers Louis Fergoli, and Gemma does, from high school. Sky reveals that he died in front of her yesterday. Understandably, Gemma is like, what? But Sky continues that she went to his apartment to buy Vicodin, and when Gemma is frustrated at this, Sky swears that it's just for pain. She swears that she hasn't touched coke or alcohol in over a year. Her back is just still fucked up, and since she has a history of substance abuse, no one will prescribe her anything stronger than Tylenol. Gemma wonders facetiously if maybe there's a reason for that. Sky says simply that she doesn't know what else to do. Everyone is counting on her. But Gemma asks her to take it back to what happened to Louis. Sky says that when she got there was something off about him, like he was scared of something. Then he started freaking out and screaming, and then he grabbed a gym weight, and Sky's eyes brim with tears when she concludes that he just smashed his whole face with it. Gemma's in disbelief, and Sky admits that she didn't know what to do. She just freaked out and ran, and she just left him there.
That is the short version. There was more that happened.
There was.
I mean, I feel like saying, look, I got there. He pulled a fucking sword on me. He forgot he texted me. He was acting very strange. Before, he bashed his head in, he was looking at the corner. Like, there's a little more to this that can be said to your best friend who you confide in.
She said, let me give you the abridged version.
Yeah. And did she even mention his smile?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's kind of a huge fucking deal to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rationally, Gemma asks if anyone else knows about this, and Sky says no, which isn't true because you did get a concerning text.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wiping tears from her face, she asks if she should call the police. Gemma is adamant that she should not. If anyone connects Sky to a drug dealer's death, the story will take over her life and fuck up everything. She tells Sky that it's not her fault, but Sky says that she keeps seeing Louis's face everywhere. Gemma understands. She can't imagine how scary that must have been. Sky apologizes for laying all of this on Gemma, but she really doesn't have anyone else to talk to. Gemma nods with understanding and sympathy and asks if Sky wants her to stay the night. Sky asks if she really would, and Gemma says yeah, she's already here anyway. Sky's face brightens in a smile as she sighs. I missed you, bitch. We pull back from Sky's apartment window where the reunited friends sit on the floor talking until the screen goes completely black. Suddenly, Sky is facing down at us, her long black hair hanging, her glittery earrings dangling. Silver sparkles shine against her eyelids in the darkness, but her face is crusted with blood. She slowly opens her eyes, gaining consciousness with a soft groan. Blood drips from her lips and her eyes widen as she searches her surroundings, trying to figure out where she is. She looks down at her leg, where a compound fracture has the bone jutting through her skin. Starting to panic, she whimpers and groans, and when she finally summons the strength to look over to the side, we see him, Paul, still behind the wheel of the car, smoke billowing outside of the shattered windshield. Blood drips down his face from the wound in his head, and his eyes stare at Skye with no thought left behind them. Paul is dead. Skye squeezes her eyes shut and screams. She sobs, blood leaking from her screaming mouth, her body pinned to the upside-down passenger seat by her seatbelt. She begs for someone to help her as she shrieks. And Skye wakes with a start in her bed. Rushing water muffles her gasps, but it disappears when she pulls out her earbuds and sets them on the nightstand. She tries to breathe deeply, pressing her fingers to her chest to calm herself. And when Gemma speaks up sleepily from the other side of the bed, asking if she's okay, she says that she is. Finally, Skye lays back on the pillow and whispers to her friend that she really is sorry about everything. Gemma whispers back that it's okay. She already forgave her. We press in on Skye's face as she confesses that she doesn't know why she destroys everything. She feels like her brain is this really fucked up place filled with all this chaos and noise, and she's trapped there all alone in the darkness. All she wants to do is quiet the noise, but she doesn't know how. Gemma replies sincerely, "It's because you're a horrible person."
JP's like, right?
Yeah.
No!
Somebody had to say it.
No!
He understands the tough love.
Yeah.
Poor Skye.
Yes!
Yeah.
Skye turns to look at her, asking, wounded, "What did you say?" But Gemma's features are slack with sleep, and her eyes are closed, facing Skye. When Skye calls her name, a sick smile begins to spread across Gemma's lips, and her eyes open with a throb in the score. Skye inhales shakily, her eyes filled with tears. She calls her friend's name again, but Gemma just continues to smile at her. Suddenly, a car horn blares, and headlights shine from Gemma's eyes and mouth, the brightness rendering her skin veiny and translucent. The light shines on Skye's face as she screams and falls to the floor. But when she stands and looks back down at the bed, it's empty. Gemma's gone. She speaks up from the doorway. "Oh, you're up." And we pan over to find her there, the sun shining on her through the windows as she holds 2 mugs. She doesn't understand Skye's confusion and holds up the mugs, announcing that she made matcha.
Look, anytime's a good time for matcha, but this is very troubling what just happened.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
It's good.
It's very good.
Yeah.
It's very good. But here's the thing. We'll get past it. I feel so terrible for her because it seemed like everything was finally starting to calm down just a little bit.
Yeah.
And then not only this nightmare that she has of this night with Paul Hudson,
Yeah.
but waking up to that piece again, and then it's ripped away from you in the scariest, most surprising jump scare that nobody could have expected her to fucking be a werecar.
Yeah, that looks crazy.
That was nuts. And I paused it, and you can even see the light through her skin.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's excellent.
It scared the hell out of me.
That does look really cool. And then her standing there in the dark still, and then her being gone, and then when Gemma says something, it turns to light.
It's daytime.
It's like, have you been standing there for a long time?
That too.
Like, what happened? Time's just gone.
Yeah.
Yes. Skye is like, "Matcha? What?" But she finally notices that it's daytime and consults her phone to see what time it is. She immediately panics, realizing that she's super late. She asks Gemma, why didn't she wake her? Gemma apologizes. She doesn't have Skye's schedule. You're already starting off pretty rough. Skye rushes into the living room, positive that her mom is going to fucking kill her. She goes straight to the kitchen, reaching into the mini fridge and grabbing a bottle of cool, refreshing Voss water. She starts to drink it when Gemma asks if there's anything else she can do. Skye abruptly sets the delicious bottle down and asks if she can come on tour.
She's like, "Give me more of this."
She turns to the camera.
Yeah, the label facing.
But Gemma is like, what? Sky invites her to come to rehearsal today. Gemma says she can't. She has a friend's thing later on. Sky is like, what? What friend? Do you have to go? Which is,
Yeah.
dude.
Don't say that.
No, yeah, no.
And hasn't she already done enough spending the night?
Yeah.
Gemma says that she does have to go. She made a commitment. So Sky's like, can you start tomorrow? She's already looking down at her phone when Gemma proposes that that's probably something they should have a conversation about first. Sky gasps when her front door opens and Elizabeth walks inside. When she catches sight of her daughter in the kitchen, bare-faced, hair not done, and in an oversized talking head sleep shirt, she asks if she's kidding. There are 100 people waiting for just her. Sky throws her hands up, saying that she knows as she hurries out of the room. Gemma stands by, awkwardly nodding. She raises a mug to Sky's mom, greeting her with a, "Hey, Elizabeth," before bringing the mug to her lips and taking a drink.
Very quickly, her T-shirt game has been on point.
Oh, yeah.
That MTV shirt and this one.
Mm-hmm.
I remember it was Elizabeth that wanted Gemma back on the tour for Sky.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it seemed like she was kind of doing something that was going to benefit the entire situation.
Yeah.
But it is something you definitely need a conversation about, not something you just
Yes.
throw
Yeah.
onto her like that.
Well, and just like the self-centeredness of like,
What is your life?
We
Yes,
just reconnected last night, and it's like, what? A friend? Do you have? It's like, bitch,
That's
yeah.
crazy.
I'm your friend.
We
Yeah.
haven't talked in a year. Like, what do you mean? That I was like, Scott, what? She just had a really bad nightmare.
All right.
But she had the delicious boss water.
Oh, yeah.
She did.
To
That
help
should have
rinse
sent
it
to
away.
her.
Yeah.
Wash the nightmare off.
But I got to say, in context of what we get later,
Yes.
this moment to me right now, this little tag that punctuates the scene,
Mm-hmm.
it kind of pisses me off in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I understand.
Yeah. I think you saying that is kind of making me feel kind of the same way as we go.
When they pull up to the venue, Sky hops out of the back seat. Darius stands, visibly annoyed, with the group behind him and a coffee in his hand. He thought they said 8:30. Sky says that it's all her fault, and she apologizes profusely, assuring him that she's ready as she hurries away. In the dressing room, she stretches, does vocal warm-ups, cracks her neck, and steadies her breathing before everything goes black.
It is funny to me that she's late and they're like, yeah, go ahead. Just warm up.
Yeah.
Take a couple hours or whatever.
The Human Torch was denied a fan club.
Unique New York.
Blood on white satin begins to play, and we come up on a dark stage where Sky stands in a bodysuit with her arms wide. As the music begins to pulse, the stage is filled with red lights, bathing Sky and the dancers, and technically making Smile 2 a Giallo film.
Oh.
Who knew, you know?
Well, now I'm frowning.
Well,
So
turn upside down. Sky and her dancers perform. The choreography on point. The song, another fucking banger. It does go on for some time,
It does. It does.
but it's very entertaining.
and I
It goes
love
on for some time.
it does. I think they're getting the choreography a little bit better now.
Yeah.
And the lights, I'm a sucker for just the way that it looks.
Yeah.
Well, you love Giallo, so that makes sense.
All right.
So Sky's performance is interrupted, though, when she sees a flash of Paul's face, smiling as he peers at her from behind sunglasses. It's only for a split second, but it rattles Sky. She stumbles back, causing the bone in her shin to come jutting once again out of the skin in a bloody burst as she falls. Sky writhes in pain on the ground, and when she looks down at her leg, she throws her head back and screams, "Fuck!" This finally pulls the dancers from their routine, and the red lights are cut off.
The dancers continued for a little long.
They're professionals.
It's like your star is screaming.
They didn't miss a step.
They're like,
No,
in one,
they didn't.
two,
Yeah.
in one. They're locked in.
Yeah.
The tour starts in a couple days.
True.
So in regular lighting now, Sky continues to cry out and curse, and the dancers rush to her side. Anton hurries to the stage, asking if she's all right. Sky screams that it's her leg, but when she looks down at it, There's nothing wrong. Her leg is completely fine.
This is embarrassing.
It's real embarrassing.
And it only gets worse.
Yeah. Skye scrambles to her feet and reels on her dancers in their metallic silver outfits, asserting that one of them was out of place and knocked her over. She demands to know which one it was. Anton says carefully that he doesn't think that's what happened, but Skye whips around to him, yelling for him not to tell her what she just experienced. Anton assures her gently that he's not, but from where he was watching, he didn't see anyone out of place. Skye stands, panting, her face trembling with emotion. She looks around at everyone staring at her before running off the stage. On her way back to her dressing room, she rips off her microphone pack and drops it to the ground, leaving employees to look at it and her confused. But as she approaches her dressing room, she sees Joshua leaving it and closing the door behind him, a twisted smile on his tilted face. He turns to look at her, grinning as he hurries by.
The hell are you smiling at? No questions.
No.
She's busy.
Yeah, but why?
She's angry.
What is that?
No shit.
That's weird as hell.
Yeah.
But Skye doesn't bother with him. She goes straight to her dressing room and closes the door behind her, standing there for a moment and taking a deep breath to steady herself. But when she turns, she freezes. The entire dressing room is trashed. The furniture, the clothing, the vanity mirror is completely smashed. The TV is on the ground, its screen glitching and ruined. Her breath becomes ragged and shaky as she instinctively raises a hand to her hair and starts to twirl it between her fingers. The unnerving score mounts until Skye rips a chunk of her hair free. With a grunt, she returns to the door and yanks it open. At the same time, Elizabeth approaches. Skye wants to know where Joshua is, but before Elizabeth can answer, she sees the state of the room behind her daughter. Appalled, she asks, "Christ, what did you do?" Joshua comes jogging over, asking if everything's okay. Can he get her anything? A refreshing Voss? That was me. He didn't say that.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
As if there was any other.
Yeah.
Right? Come on.
Skye steps into the hallway, eager to confront him. She asks what the fuck his problem is. In his shock, Joshua laughs, but then he's like, "I'm sorry, what?" Skye asks if he's fucking with her. She turns to her mother and points into the dressing room, declaring that Joshua trashed it. Joshua immediately denies this, but Skye snaps her attention back to him, yelling that she fucking saw him. Earnest, Joshua promises that he would never do something like that to her. He asks what reason he would have. Skye wrestles with this for a moment before deciding, "Fuck you." She repeats herself louder and louder, Joshua reeling physically from her onslaught until Elizabeth pulls her back into the dressing room and closes the door.
I know she's going through a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. This is twice you've blamed other people. Immediately.
Back to back.
Immediately. And Joshua, I give it to you. You know, you saw what you saw.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
You did experience that. But to immediately, like, he really has nothing.
No.
What does he have to gain from that? He's trying to be your assistant.
He's the kindest person in
Yeah.
this entire movie.
And how fucked up would that be, really, if he really trashed her room and he's just smiling at her? Like, you wait till you get in there. That's insane.
Yeah.
He's never demonstrated
No.
anything.
No. Skye asserts again, stomping to the other side of the room, that it was Joshua that did this. But Elizabeth tells her to cool off. Skye can't believe that she's actually taking Joshua's side. But Elizabeth reminds her that she's on her side, always. But that Joshua has been with her all day. Skye is in shock, pacing and kicking the broken glass strewn across the floor. Elizabeth reasons that she doesn't care what happened here. They'll get it fixed. But she's going to ask Skye something now, and she wants her to be honest with her. She asks, "Skye, are you using again?" Skye is like, "What?" Elizabeth assures her that no one has to know, but she needs to tell her the truth. Skye is adamant that she's not. When she offers to take a drug test, Elizabeth accepts her denial. So she asks, "What's going on?" Panicked, Sky admits that she doesn't know, but she feels crazy all the time. Everything is going wrong. Nobody will fucking listen to her, and everyone fucking hates her. But Elizabeth counters that everyone loves her. They're all here because they believe in her. They believe in this tour. Sky finally confesses that she thinks the tour is a big mistake. She's simply not ready for it. But Elizabeth breezes past this. They'll look at the book tonight, check the dates, and find some time for Sky to decompress before the opening.
Unbelievable.
But right now, she needs to pull it together and get back out there because Sky needs to be on time for Darius's charity event.
Okay, I get it. I get it.
This is the one that it was like, you've gone further than...
She's telling you, I'm not ready for this.
But you need to tell me why.
Look around the room.
So you did this?
Yes.
Hey, but at least that's a...
Honestly,
yeah.
I am not ready to tour. I fucking smashed up the room.
Yeah. Or I mean, even in her denial, like Joshua did not fucking do this.
No.
Nobody did this.
No.
So she must have had an episode or blacked out or something. Like, this is concerning.
Yeah.
And she's like, but you have the thing tonight.
Yeah.
And then the tour is still opening. It's like, bitch, be a mom for 5 minutes. Like, it's annoying.
I get it.
Frustrating. But with this reminder, Sky turns to her mother, begging her, please don't make me do that. Her voice trembling, she pleads that she can't get on a stage in front of a bunch of people tonight. Elizabeth's refusal is immediate, causing Sky to clap in her face, pointing out that she's not fucking listening to her. She's not in the headspace to put on a fucking dress and play dancing monkey in front of a room of strangers. This shatters Elizabeth's patience. She yells sternly that Darius is counting on her to be there, and she gave her word. Calming her voice, she reminds Sky that she is a woman that keeps her word, and she's not going to cancel on a commitment to underprivileged youth right before she launches a tour, which she doesn't even want to do.
Yeah.
I don't even want to launch that tour. But this finally quiets Sky, and she sighs sadly as she looks back at her mother. There's nothing else she can say.
If you are only focused on the business, everything that you're saying is absolutely correct.
Right.
But but when I say that, I mean that also denying Sky her humanity.
Right.
And what she really needs right now.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fucked up.
It's terrible.
Underprivileged youth.
It's like, you're really gonna...
We made a commitment to Darius.
These kids need us.
Yes.
New York City is upside down before we see the sign for the annual gala dinner benefiting Music Inspires Hope. Sky stands backstage in a cool-ass dress with her hair slicked back. A talent handler, played by Freddie Bernstein, stands by as Sky looks down at her phone. She sends a text to Gemma. What time are you done with your thing? When a fly buzzes around her, Sky swats at it with frustration while staring at her phone, waiting for a response. The talent handler's polite smile dissolves into a look of concern. When Sky doesn't receive an immediate answer, she sends a follow-up text. Come over after. She swats at the fly again, but her attention is pulled back to her phone when a notification pops up. Another message from an unknown number. Sky clicks on it. After the text asking if she was at Louis Fergoli's apartment, I know you're Sky Riley, the singer. I'm done.
I know.
I'm clocking out.
There's no way I'm
done.
going up there.
Not at all.
Sky stares at the message fearfully, and when the fly momentarily lands by her lips, she swipes at her mouth, smearing her lipstick. The handler listens to her earpiece, and after announcing that she's got 10 seconds in a whisper, she takes Sky's phone and ushers her through the curtain. Tell me I fucked up my lipstick.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah.
I was like, no.
Yeah.
Sky steps out to the applause of the crowd and joins the benefit patron, played by Delphi Harrington, in front of the microphone. She thanks the audience for their applause, and Darius keeps an eye on her from his table as he claps. Once the applause dies down, Sky, lipstick still smeared across her mouth, sets her sights on the teleprompter. She reads, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sky Riley, here tonight." The teleprompter stops, and Sky has to improvise after a long, awkward pause. Darius looks up at her expectantly, and she asks how everyone's doing tonight. She says that she hopes they're all enjoying the party, but don't worry because she's sober. They stare back at her blankly, and Skye looks desperately back at the teleprompter. It still hasn't moved. She fills the silence. What can she say about how music inspires hope? Well, music gave her everything she ever wanted, but music almost killed her too, so there's that. As the audience shifts uncomfortably, Skye reasons that that's not fair. Music didn't shove all those drugs up her nose. She did.
Here's the thing. They don't know that the teleprompter is malfunctioning.
Yeah.
But they do know that she's floundering and straying from her prepared remarks.
Yeah.
So where the fuck is anybody?
Yeah.
That's my comment. Your people really let you drown when shit happens. Nobody comes to her rescue. No, not even her mom goes over there to be like, hey, like,
yes,
cut it or whatever. It almost feels like this is an Impractical Joker skit and she's being punished.
That's so accurate.
Well, it does, and it's like, why is nobody stopping this?
Seriously.
Where are your people?
There's a moment, I was gonna save it for a thing that we see in just a second, but there is a moment that comes up that kind of made me feel like maybe she is being sabotaged.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here especially, it does feel that way.
Because there is something very strange and hilarious, fucking product placement aside.
Yeah.
You're forcing her to drink a lot of water, and you're reminding her to drink a lot of water.
Yeah.
And you're bringing her a lot of water.
Are you thinking like Rosemary's Baby?
Yes.
Okay.
It's like, is there what are you doing?
Right.
And then there's a moment with the teleprompter that I'll call out in a minute that I was like, something feels fucked up and wrong.
Yeah.
But that's not at all what's happening.
No.
The people sitting at the tables, dressed smartly in their expensive dresses and suits, begin to murmur at each other uneasily. Darius notices this. Skye tries to get back on track, acknowledging that she thinks she's supposed to be up here to offer words of inspiration and advice. When she thinks about what she wishes someone would have told her when she was younger and first getting started, she supposes she'd want to know that this business is really hard. You spend years of your life chasing success, thinking that when it comes, it'll magically fix everything that's bad and wrong about you. The audience is visibly wincing and averting their eyes as Skye concludes that you achieve success and then you realize that it can't fix the deeply broken person that you've always been. Now you can't escape the miserable thing you've become. And one day you realize how badly you wish you could trade it all for just one fucking moment of happiness. Her gesturing knocks the mic and feedback whines. Darius loudly clears his throat and Skye finally, mercifully, stops talking. She catches her breath and realizes that the teleprompter's working.
Great.
With a little chuckle, she apologizes and starts to read again, amending that what she meant to say is that she hopes the next generation of young artists finds themselves truly inspired tonight, because she knows she sure is. Mm-hmm. She swallows, adding that without any further ado, she'd like to introduce their next guest, a very special person that surely needs no introduction, Paul Hudson. As soon as the name leaves her mouth, as it is written on the teleprompter, Skye's face goes slack with shock. The audience is like, what? And as they clamor amongst themselves, Skye asks why it says that. She looks over at the patron, who is as confused as she is. At his table, Darius takes out his phone and starts texting furiously. Skye is scanning the crowd, looking for the culprit that messed with the teleprompter, but she locks eyes with someone in a white suit, turned to face her with a big smile on his face. It's Paul Hudson. He rises to his feet, his head tilted downward, and a dark grin stretching his lips and exposing his white teeth. Skye backs up as he begins to mount the stairs to the stage, tears running down her face as she begs him to stay away from her. She screams that Paul's dead. He's not Paul. She screams at him to stop smiling at her. She squeezes her eyes shut, crying, trying to make it all go away. And when she opens her eyes, Paul's gone. She is unsteady on her feet, wavering, panting as she struggles to catch her breath. She looks out at the audience and they stare back at her, horrified, disturbed, disgusted. But the teleprompter still bears the name Paul Hudson.
And that's the moment that I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Because you would think, especially the way that we're kind of pulling back and seeing all these reactions, that if it wasn't really there, then we would see the name that really was there.
Right.
But it's not. It's Paul Hudson.
Yeah, it still being there kind of confused me as well.
I agree.
Like, who's doing this?
Yeah.
The benefit patron, the sweet old lady, slowly walks up to Skye and tries to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder. But suddenly, she's Paul, blood running down from his head, staining his pristine white suit jacket, the smile still plastered to his face as he grabs Skye around the throat. Skye jumps back, knocking the patron off the stage, where she crashes onto one of the tables, buckling it, and she and the table both hit the ground. People rush to tend to her, and the audience is alight with glowing phone screens, capturing every moment of Skye Riley's pure humiliation. She stands, gasping for air, tears falling from her eyes. It was, you had to laugh. Because I couldn't believe that that's what they were doing.
My thing, okay, look, this is bad.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm fired,
one.
right?
Yeah, I won't be invited back
No.
next year. Yeah. But the onus, I don't think, is on Skye Riley. I think that the fact of Elizabeth and Darius not getting up there and snatching her off stage or anything.
Yeah.
Fucking this lady going through a table like Mae Young. That's not on Skye.
I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Dude. I couldn't believe it.
That's crazy.
It's insane.
I wanted to put this here because this is when we see Ray Nicholson, doing the smile and everything. Parker Finn said that The Shining is his favorite film of all time, and he's always trying to find ways to reference it in his work. He said that he did not write the role of Paul Hudson with Ray Nicholson in mind, but when he met him and saw that he had his father's smile, everything just clicked, and he knew that he needed him to be Paul Hudson.
Okay.
It works so well.
Yeah.
And it does put you into the mind of The Shining.
Yes.
Something else that's really wild is that this gala event, he said that he matched the color palette of this set to the gold room.
Come on.
In the Overlook Hotel.
That's fucking excellent.
And you see it.
Yeah, that's great. But later, there is no sound as we pan over Joshua, Elizabeth, and Darius, trying their best to explain as the committee members yell at them, wagging their fingers and shaking their heads in disappointment and disbelief. As the panning continues, we are now in Skye's apartment. I thought that was cool as hell.
Yeah.
She sits in her luxury closet with her phone in her hand, twining her finger in her hair.
I will say first that it's a deep cut, but I didn't realize that Marlo from Nip Tuck was painting murals in New York City. Did you see that behind her?
Yes! That was not appropriate for a nursery.
No, it wasn't.
That what he was painting now.
No.
Terrifying.
The Fall of Man. For a baby?
Yeah.
What?
Skye is staring at the rest of the unanswered text she sent to Gemma. Where are you? 911. Something really fucked up is happening. Please answer. Another message from the unknown number dings, and Skye clicks on it. You're in serious danger. Then another. I can help you. We need to meet. Skye sighs before finally answering. Who is this? Instead of answering her question, the unknown messenger replies, You're not imagining things. Everything you're seeing is real. She hops up and paces as the messenger types more. Louis Fergoli posted this 4 days ago. A video pops up with a still of Louis's frightened face. When Skye clicks on it, the video fills the screen. Louis is panting, the white powder under his nose mixed with snot. His eyes bulge as he turns the camera around to record what he's seeing. He opens the door, letting himself into his bedroom, where his game is on the TV, abandoned. He walks slowly, so slowly, through his room and into the living room, where the neon dollar sign glows green on the opposite wall. Encouraging himself in a frightened whisper, he continues forward, past his weights, one of which he would use to end his own life in 4 short days. He walks toward the couch. Lewis zooms in on something in the darkness, his breath catching, quickening when he asks, "Do you see it?" We don't see anything, but the Lewis on the video reveals that it just stares at him, smiling. Sky is looking intently, trying to see what Lewis is seeing, but suddenly he appears next to her in her apartment, screaming her name. Sky falls to the ground and crawls away, her eyes wide and terrified, but when she looks back at where she was just standing, there's nothing there.
I just want to say, as you were reading this description, me and JP started shaking our heads at the exact same time. I think, can I speak for both of us to say that the situation on the cell phone was very intriguing and very unsettling, and it was completely ruined by a loud noise.
This for me really
I can
mirrors
agree.
the moment where Rose is listening on her computer and then her mother appears next to her in the first one.
Right.
This was almost an identical scare nearly for me.
Okay.
I think maybe in the first movie it was a little more successful because you're listening to it and you're really leaned in. This one, I mean, it's the same thing. You're peering into the darkness trying to see it too.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head.
No. But is that what you were?
Yeah, you again, it is that. In the first movie, I think it was a little more successful.
Well, we cut to Sky in her closet, pulling on an oversized coat and hiding her blonde hair beneath a nondescript black hat. She leaves her apartment. In the elevator, she texts the messenger back, "Okay, meet me right now in a public place." And they reply immediately, "I'll be waiting here." They drop a pin. The elevator dings and its golden doors glide open to reveal the aerial view of a street.
Dude.
It's so good. These transitions are excellent.
And they're so just not one repeated.
No.
Yes.
They're very
no
interesting.
star wipe.
Yeah.
No.
The Sky gets out of a cab and hurries across the street to a small bar. Its neon signing a beacon in the dark night. Once inside, she keeps her head down and pushes past drunk patrons until she sees a man sitting at a booth in the far corner. He waves at her. Sky walks over and sits down across from Morris, played by Peter Jacobson.
Peter Jacobson, he was in Private Parts in 97, Showtime in 02, and Transformers in 07.
Damn.
Yeah.
He looked incredibly familiar.
Yes.
I will say I was disappointed to see someone that I did not recognize.
Yeah.
I completely agree. And this is what I was saying, a part that doesn't really work for me. It is this, like, not where we go with the subplot with Morris, but I think the fact that it is Morris.
Yeah.
And so I was trying to think of what would work better for me. And what would y'all think if she gets here and it's the professor's wife from the first one? That Rose went and she fucking kicked her out of her house or whatever. Like, what if she continued to pay attention? She saw what happened to Rose and she tried to figure some shit out going through her husband's stuff.
Yeah.
Because he had all those drawings and shit.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see her again. I feel like it would have worked better than this random ass man. Like, we learn how he's connected, but it's like, I don't fucking know you, dude.
And honestly, yeah, no shit. I think Judy Reyes was so fantastic in that really tiny part.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she would kind of be serving the same purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
it would bridge the gap. And I know that Joel already does at the beginning, but that's really the only connection that we have to the first film. I mean, unless you talk about the entity itself or whatever. But I thought that would have been really cool, and I think it would have worked better because it feels a little clunky. I don't know what it is about it, but I'm a Smile 2 apologist, okay? A Sky Riley apologist, Smile 2 apologist. Something about this aspect of it just does not work for me.
I don't know if maybe it's because all the research that Rose did in the first film, she never found this dude or encountered this dude. He didn't.
Maybe.
You know, that's a little weird too.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Because he predates Rose.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
his
he does.
connection
He does.
or whatever. So I don't know. It's like, fuck, we need somebody. Let's get a fucking nurse named Morris. It's like,
Who the fuck is Morris?
who is Morris?
It does feel weird because that is my note, the random guy. And it is just that it's random and then finding out about his date or how long he's been looking into this.
Yeah.
It is like a what?
Yeah.
It's just a little odd. And I feel like this story came together so well, and it unfolds in a really mostly satisfying way in its connection to the first film, like obeying the rules that have been already established. This piece just doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
I did notice too that on the booth seat that Skye is sitting on, right next to her, someone has written "You're fucked." So I thought that was pretty cool.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But Morris starts to thank her for meeting with him, but Skye quickly snaps a picture of him with her phone. When he's confused, she explains that she's sending it to her friend in case he's some kind of creep. But Morris assures her that he's not a creep. Skye counters that that's what every creep says. When a group of friends passes them, she turns her head away and hides her face. Morris acknowledges that she's super famous and he apologizes for invading her privacy, but this is also very weird for him. Skye asks how he knows Lewis, and Morris admits that he doesn't. He didn't. He was trying to contact him to warn him. He tracked down his address and went to his apartment, but the door was unlocked and Lewis was already dead inside. He says that when he checked Lewis's phone, Skye was the last person he texted with.
He tracked down his address to try to warn him. How did you even know that it was him? That it was passed on to him?
That's another question that I kind of have.
I don't know.
Like, were you at the drug house too?
It's that.
Here's like, I just came here to buy.
That. And they gave away his information?
no.
Lewis,
that's
he
Louis
buys from us all the
Fragoli.
time. Yeah.
Here's his address.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
I feel like, and this is what I had said off mic earlier, if it weren't for the beginning, I feel like Joel should have been that. And since it's not, I like your idea a lot better, Nay.
Yeah.
Right.
But if it were Joel can track down fucking anybody.
That is true.
For sure. Because he was the one that figured everything out last time.
Yeah.
Or the connections or whatever.
And he has databases. He has like...
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Skye asks why he was trying to warn Lewis. And Morris concedes that he knows what he's about to say is going to sound completely insane. But he asserts that Lewis did not kill himself. He was systematically infected, possessed, and then murdered by some kind of metaphysical being. Skye doesn't understand what the fuck he's talking about. Morris offers, if it helps, for her to call it a spirit or a demon. But he has no clue what this thing is. It disguises itself to look like people, though, smiling people, but only people who have been infected can see it. Skye argues that that's some kind of supernatural bullshit. That's not real, but Morris knows that she's seen it. That's why she's still sitting here. Skye's phone vibrates loudly against the table. It's her mother. But Skye ignores it. She drops the pretenses with Morris and shares that she doesn't know what's happening, but she feels like she's losing her goddamn mind. Morris agrees that that's exactly what this thing does to you. It's what it did to Lewis while it was latched onto him. It's like a parasite that infects the host in their mind. And he says that it drives the host insane in less than a week. It feeds off all the bad shit in their head. And when it's done feeding, it forces the host to kill themselves in front of a witness. Then the witness becomes the new host. That's how it got to Skye, through Lewis. Lewis got it from a cop in Jersey. The cop was the first person Morris had tried to contact, but he went off the grid. The cop got it from some doctor, who got it from a patient, who got it from a college professor. Skye presses her fingers into her temples as her phone vibrates again. An incoming call from Darius Bravo. She doesn't answer.
He's like, you're dropped from the label. But again, this dude, how?
Yeah. I don't know. And hearing you say that, though, I did want to ask, I know this is getting a little off topic, but do you think that the Smile monster and the It Follows monster are cousins or something? Because it kind of sounds like the same shit.
They went to school together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar.
One was definitely inspired by the other. But it is interesting that he's almost making it sound like, because to me, a curse feels more in line with the first film.
Yes.
This almost sounds like a disease or like
he
a
uses,
virus.
He uses infected.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
It is.
It does give it a different feel a little bit, at least for me.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I guess coming from a nurse, this might be how you understand it.
For sure.
True.
Yeah,
Okay,
that makes
okay.
sense. Morris says that the chain keeps going back. He's documented it and he can show her. Sky asks why he even knows all of this, and Morris answers her candidly, because it killed his brother. Sky stares, stricken silent, and Morris shares that his brother was a host 8 people before Sky.
I gotta be honest. I don't give a fuck about your brother, dude. I feel like
Well, we don't know him.
I don't know this dude. I don't even know you. So
yeah,
why am I gonna...
you weren't in the first movie.
No. Why don't you make him the professor's brother? Like, how hard is that?
Oh, yeah.
It is the same
Damn,
universe.
dude.
Yes.
Like, we can do that.
Aren't they both in New York?
Yeah, just make it the professor's wife.
Yes, dude, seriously.
Morris scratches his head nervously, admitting that his brother tried to tell him what was happening, but he made it hard to trust him, and the stuff he was saying sounded crazy. The gravity is weighing on Sky when Morris says that his brother begged him for help, but he wouldn't listen. And then a few days later, he got a call informing him that his brother tore off his own jaw with a crowbar. We get a quick shot of Morris's brother doing just that. He stands in a parking garage, dressed warmly and staring straight at us. He has the yellow crowbar painted red with his blood, hinged in his mouth, ripping off his jaw as he pulls down. Very quickly, this is a cameo from Sellen Friend playing Morris's brother, the prosthetics guy. He said that to achieve this, they sculpted a silicone head with the jaw and everything fitted inside of it like a jigsaw puzzle.
Oh.
Because Finn liked for them to do multiple takes, he developed it all to be put back together very easily, and he had the reset down to 30 seconds.
Damn.
But yeah, they achieved this by someone holding the crowbar, someone off screen holding the crowbar, and then Sellen Friend puppeteering it from inside the jaw and pulling it all down.
It looks great.
Hell
yes,
yeah,
it does. But at the table, Morris takes a drink. Sky asks if he's gone to the police, and he can't help but chuckle at what he could possibly tell them. His brother's suicide was actually caused by a cosmic evil being that no one else can see. The police can't stop it anyway. Sky asks if she's really supposed to let this thing kill her. But bathed in the blue light of the bar, Morris tells her no. He wants her to help him destroy it. As Sky's phone continues to vibrate loudly, she asks desperately, "How?" Morris shares that from what he can tell, the chain stops when an infected host dies another way outside of the being's control. He thinks that just like other parasites, without a living host, it has no way to survive and it'll cease to exist. Sky understands this means that it'll only stop if she dies before it kills her. And Morris confirms this. They need to kill her first. When Sky balks at this, Morris says that it's only technically.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't like any of this.
I don't know.
None of it. Sky's phone quiets for a second before starting again with a call from the Creative Artists Agency.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not good.
It's going higher and higher.
Yeah.
As she tries to get control over her rising panic, Morris explains that there are ways to very safely stop her heart. This will deprive the parasite of a living host, and once it's gone, he can restart her heart and bring her back. Sky wants to know if he is out of his fucking mind, and Morris admits that it sounds extreme. Sky is appalled by the word extreme. He's asking to kill her, and Morris is like, "Whoa, hey, keep it down." She reminds him frantically that she doesn't even know him. Neither do we. No. And Morris finally shares his name. He's an ER nurse. He is emphatic that if they don't do this, it's going to kill Sky, just like it killed Lewis, and it'll infect another victim. Sky looks down at the screen of her buzzing phone. An incoming call from 42 West PR. Goes all the way to the top.
Yeah.
She's like, "God's calling?"
Yeah.
Morris posits that they should just go now and get rid of this thing tonight. Sky finally decides that she can't do this. She starts to leave, but Morris grabs her arm, warning that she's nearly out of time. It's been feeding on her for 3 days already. Sky tries to pull away, but Morris holds on to her firmly. He says that it's already taken control of her brain, and pretty soon she won't even realize the ways it's manipulating her. And by then, it'll be too late to stop it. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Is that Sky Riley?" Several people in the bar turn and stare straight at her. A girl, played by Erica Chase, hurries over, asking if Sky will do a quick TikTok with her and her friend. An intoxicated man, played by Jarrett Austin Brown, takes out his phone, slurring that he's watched the video where she knocks over the old lady like 50 times. That shit was so fucking funny. Sky dashes away from the booth, elbowing the drunk guy out of the way and pulling everyone's attention as she sprints out of the bar. She runs out onto the street where the world turns on its side and Sky makes her escape. When she returns to her dark apartment, she looks around suspiciously before switching on a light. She rips off her hat and intelligently turns on every light in the living room. She goes to her kitchen and pulls out a bottle of cold, refreshing Voss water and gulps the entire thing down at once, desperately. Her thirst deliciously quenched, she starts down the hall, determined, switching on every light that she passes and taking out a suitcase from a hidden closet. In the bathroom, she frantically packs a bag, but when she drops her toothbrush to the pristine floor, she bends down to pick it up. She cries out in pain, her hand flying to her back, and she quickly returns to the bag she just packed, dumping it out until she finds a bottle of medicine. She struggles to take the cap off with her trembling hands, and the pills go flying, clattering to the floor. She screams, "Fuck!" and throws the empty bottle to the ground. Her hand flies up to her hair where she grabs a handful and yanks it out of her scalp. She screams again, higher and louder. "Fuck!" Sky snaps and swipes everything off of her counter and throwing something heavy across the room where it collides with her glass shower door. It crashes, the entire door falling in shards of glass, and only then is Sky's rampage complete. She pants raggedly, sinking down to the floor where she finds 3 errant white pills. She collects them in her hand and pauses for a moment before swallowing them dry. Did anybody else think she was swallowing glass?
I did.
I thought it was something else.
Yeah.
I was waiting.
It's just pills.
Yeah.
It's just some Tylenol. She grabs her toothbrush, abandoning the rest of her toiletries and going instead to her closet, dragging her suitcase behind her. She switches on the light to find her entire team of backup dancers gathered there, all of them smiling. Sky backs away from them, falling to the ground, and they lower their gaze to her. They start toward her and stop, posing and smiling sickly. Tears run down Sky's face as she turns to look at the door on the other side of the room. She looks back toward the dancers, and they're closer now, posed in a collective tableau in the entry to the closet. Sky creeps slowly away from them, and they stay still until she bolts. Then they race after her, carrying each other and hurrying down the long mirrored hallway. When Sky reaches the living room, she finds more of the dancers there and she freezes. She turns back to the original group, which are posing on each other, stacked high all the way to the ceiling, frozen and posing again. Sky looks at the new dancers standing in her kitchen and she backs away. And when she looks back to the original group, they're closer, leaning onto the couch and watching her, smiling. One of them reaches into the lamp and crushes the light bulb in his grip, making the living room just that much darker. As Sky moves away from them, they inch their bodies closer. She sprints for her door, but she is impossibly outnumbered. They grab her, carrying her high above them like they did in rehearsal, before slamming her onto her coffee table. They throw her onto the island, pulling her in every direction. They slam her head against the piano, coaxing a discordant note. Finally, they swarm her, grabbing at her with the multitude of their hands, ripping out a handful of her hair and leaving a patch of her scalp bald. Sky screams, but a hand reaches into her mouth, sliding in deeper until most of the forearm is in. Sky's eyes bulge and her face goes red, and we cut to black.
That was a little kinky, but
I'm thinking a little past kinky.
well, yeah. Hey, everybody's got their own thing, you know. Look, I'm going to be honest. I understand what they're trying to do here. For me, they look too happy. I don't ever get scared. I don't ever feel fright. To me, this isn't scary. This is them. I'm excited that I got a chance to do this.
I gotta be honest. I agree 100%. I think I see the dancers more than I see the actors.
Yes.
Because it does not feel at all like a threatening entity. It feels like we fucking worked on this for 6 months.
Oh, no. Yeah. You're going to see it.
Get this right and choreograph it. And here we are. We're doing it.
Yeah.
It does not feel proper to me. And I honestly, you mentioning and what I had thought as well with this swallowing of the glass.
Yeah.
I feel like that would have been 10 times more successful for me if it is this moment of her having this realization of having swallowed glass, and then she's like this kind of gross out moment of her spitting out blood and shit, and then other people later can see it as her taking horrific and desperate measures to get out of the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That feels a lot better to me than this, because this did not work for me at all.
I will
say,
say,
a hand in the mouth, that was fucking ridiculous.
What
are we doing?
It's what are we, what's going on?
What are we?
It doesn't fit with like anything that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
It feels like Drag Me to Hell.
That's fair. That's fair. I will say that I think that their poses are creepy, like the little tableaus that they're making when they're stacked all on top of each other. Like their faces don't necessarily look scary, but I think that is scary. These like fluid and limber beings coming after her and all working together and lifting each other. Like that is creepy, and it's a dark reflection of them dancing at rehearsals. I appreciate that. I don't know that they themselves look frightening, but I think the concept is quite frightening.
I get it.
She gets her fucking ass kicked.
She does. But that could have happened anywhere.
It really could have.
It could have. But when we were we were in Paul Hudson's car after that awful night. His eyes are half lidded in his rearview mirror, and he is already swerving. We pan over to Sky, who looks at him with disdain before snorting coke off the back of her hand. She clears her throat before looking directly over at Paul, at us, and Paul asks, "What?" Sky mocks him. "What?" They do this a couple times before Paul is over it. He asks if she's crying right now. Sky says that she's not. Is he? Paul takes a bump and then focuses his eyes on the road, choosing not to answer her. Sky cries out that she's fucking talking to him. Facing forward, the road is speeding by and Paul turns on the radio. The loud music that starts playing pisses Sky off and she silences it, asking Paul if he's fucking kidding. What the fuck is wrong with him? Agitated, Paul fires the same question back at her, and Sky admits that she doesn't know. Why doesn't he tell her since she can't do anything right? We are in between them, alternating back and forth when they speak and catching glimpses of the swerving road between. Paul cries out, "Jesus Christ!" He swears to fucking God that she is so... But when he stops, Sky begs him to continue. So Paul does. She's a fucking psycho. Sky applauds this as Paul announces that it's out of the bag. She's fucking crazy. But Sky offers to show him crazy. She starts to hit him, asking if that's crazy enough for him when he protests. He reminds her that he's fucking driving, and Sky punches him again, screaming that she fucking hates him. Paul decides that that's good because he fucking hates her too. He calls her a crazy bitch and cackles. He twists up his face, mocks sobbing, asking if she's gonna cry because she's so fucking ugly when she cries. It's horrible. He gags, which really...
Yeah,
calm down.
Please keep your eyes on the road.
Yeah. Holy shit.
He was getting a little too intense.
Yeah, he was.
He resumes his fake crying, pleading with God to help him. Sky watches this quietly, brimming with anger before finally reaching over and grabbing the wheel. Paul fights for it, turning it back toward the road when they almost run right into an oncoming car. But he's lost control of his car, and they go crashing through the railing and start falling below. Trees are illuminated by the headlights, and Paul screams as they crash through them. And as they do, Sky wakes up with a start.
I just have to say, I don't think that I've ever seen an argument shot this way before.
No.
It is so brilliant.
Yeah.
It's the building of this emotion and the tension in this car and just going back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
And it really was. They had a camera between them and they're just flipping it back and forth. And it works so well.
It does.
And it makes us a party to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's
like,
that.
yeah, it's like, fuck, dude,
'Cause-
I don't want to be here with
Yeah.
them fucking gagging and them
No,
screaming at each
it's
other.
like, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
It's like that shitty pair of tidy whities again. But the looking down lens
Yes.
at each other, but at us.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah.
But I do want to say that she killed Paul Hudson.
Yeah. That's kind of watching this. I'm like, no, you really did lose your cool and fucking like,
Yeah.
this kind of was your fault.
He could have been driving better. I
He
will
should
say.
have. Yes.
Yeah,
He
and-
should have
But-
slowed down.
But she ripped the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Neither
Yeah.
one of them should have been driving.
No.
No.
But yeah, she did. Yeah, she did do that.
Yeah.
It's fucking awful. Like we've been kind of like dabbling into what happened that night and finally now seeing what real like it and you understand like the self-loathing and the guilt and the fucking like how she's punishing herself.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because how the fuck do you get over that? You don't get over that. You can't get over that.
Yeah.
And it was cool because I watched on the behind the scenes. They had like a stunt car cut in half, put up on a hydraulic rig. So they're really buckled into a car.
Oh, wow.
And they're shaking the shit out of them. They're doing that actual crash. I mean, not the actual crash. But
Yeah.
They're shaking the car as if it is crashing. And Ray Nicholson and Naomi Scott were really in the car doing this.
Huh.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
And you feel it on screen because there is this feeling that you're there the whole time.
Yes. And I saw in an interview, Naomi Scott had said that people, and John Paul had said something similar too, that people were telling her that they did not believe that this was her. They thought that this is another actress playing the past version of Sky Riley because she looks so starkly different than she does now with her blonde hair and everything. She's like, no, that's me. Like I'm doing both of them.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She-
I don't
Did
think
you
that
think-
looks like her at all.
Really?
She does look
Yeah.
different. And I think that she is playing such this like sick and out of control version of herself. Like her vibe is different. She feels very different. She dresses different. Her hair's different. Like I could still tell that it was her, but people were like, that's not you.
Yeah.
She's like, yes, it is.
To me, her face doesn't even look the same. Nothing. To me, if you told me that was a totally different person, I'd 100% believe you.
Wow.
Yeah, she said
Yeah.
a lot of people felt that way. That
Yeah.
they thought it was, they were like, well, who plays?
Uh-huh.
She's like, me.
No, you don't.
No, seriously.
Stop
Who
lying.
does it? And again, not even a nomination, nothing.
I know. Don't get me
Yeah.
started.
All right.
But Sky jumps when her mom speaks up from her bedside, assuring her that it's okay. Everything is fine. She's okay. She just has a mild concussion. Sky looks around fearfully at the bed she's lying in and the IV jabbed into her arm. Her voice trembling, she asks where she is. Elizabeth is jotting something in her planner and closes it to tell Sky that she's at Harvest Moon, a private wellness clinic, because she fainted and hit her head. She says that they found Sky lying on her living room floor, unconscious. The doctor said she was sleep deprived and extremely dehydrated, which we know is not true. We know that's not true.
Yeah.
This bitch has drank more water in this movie than I have in 2026. Okay. Sky starts to protest that that's not what happened, but Elizabeth interrupts. She asks Joshua to go get Dr. Fowler and let her know that Sky's awake. Sky turns, realizing only now that Joshua is on the other side of the bed. He tells Sky that he hopes she's feeling better, and he holds up a sweatshirt that he brought for her in case she gets cold. He sets it on the dresser amongst the several bouquets of flowers. Joshua leaves the room, and wincing, Sky brings her hand up to her bruised face. Before she even says anything, Elizabeth assures her that they can cover that with makeup and that she's already working on a fill piece for her hair. At the mention of this, Sky's fingers explore higher to the visible patch in her hair that has been ripped bald. But Elizabeth tells her not to worry. She won't be able to tell the difference. She says that she cleared Sky's schedule, so today she can spend the whole time resting and recuperating.
One day?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was wild.
Her voice panicked. Skye asks where her phone is. She needs it. She starts to feel around the bed for it, but Elizabeth holds it up. She's got it right here. Skye repeats that she needs it, and she asks her mother to give it to her. But Elizabeth sets it down, dismissing. Maybe later. Right now, Skye needs to rest. Skye looks at her with bags under her brimming eyes and pleads with her. Something really crazy is happening to her, and she needs to get out of here right now. But Elizabeth tells her simply, no. She says that they're going to stay here together until they head to the venue tomorrow for the pre-show.
Come on, man.
That way, Skye will be 100% ready to perform.
Not only, like, just put it aside if you're like, you're not listening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Where am
Yeah.
I?
Yeah. Yeah. She's like, you'll be fine. You need 1 day of rest.
That's wild. And
Just
like,
what
it's a
the doctor
courtesy.
ordered. Yeah.
We've cleared a whole day.
Full 24 hours. Skye is like, I can't. And Elizabeth questions, can't what? Skye finally tells her, I can't do the show. Elizabeth sighs, pressing her lips together in a tight line. She speaks measuredly that if Skye cancels the show, then she will be checking herself into a recovery program. That can be the only explanation as to why Skye Riley is canceling another tour the night before it starts. Skye stammers out protests, but Elizabeth is on a roll. Skye will have to explain this to the label, who has already invested millions of dollars. She moves on to the workers, who will be losing their jobs. Skye begs that she doesn't understand, but Elizabeth shouts over her that she doesn't understand. There will be no more second chances. If she cancels the tour, this is it. The media will rake her over the coals, and the label will sue them for millions. It will be the end of everything they've built. Skye sobs. Why is that all Elizabeth cares about? Her anger rises and she accuses her mother of treating her like some wind-up toy. She doesn't even give a shit about her. Elizabeth rises from her seat and stands at the foot of Skye's bed. She challenges her, calling her an arrogant little asshole when she asks how dare she speak to her that way.
Don't you swear at me, you little shit. That's this, right?
The energy, yeah. She's given up everything for her. Every second of her time, years of her life, her career. She's sacrificing every fiber of her being to support Skye, and Skye is too selfish to even see it. Skye is crying and shaking her head in refusal, but Elizabeth isn't done. She starts to cry as she tells Skye that she's put everyone through absolute hell, but they still support her. If she wants to go and throw it all away, fine. She shouts at her to do it. She doesn't even care. She shrugs that that's what everyone expects her to do anyway. The tears roll down Skye's face as she whispers that she just wishes her mother could feel what it was like having to live inside her head. Suddenly, Elizabeth's head cocks downward and a distorted voice emanates from her lips. I've tasted what's inside your head. She fixes Skye with a sick smile.
I'm torn on the voice, I will say.
Yeah,
I thought about it, but
yeah, like I understand, and Elizabeth should listen. Again, like you said, look at her. You should probably listen to her.
Mm-hmm.
I do understand what she's saying. There are a lot of people that do believe in Skye, and they are still there after whatever of her past,
Mm-hmm.
and they are trying to help. But it does sound a little not good when you're like, no, you're gonna go do this no matter what. It's like, dude, listen, but also say something to your mom. Be like, look, dude, I'm seeing things.
Yes.
Or I'm whatever. Yes, it might make you sound crazy, but if you, again, drug test me then. I'm clean. I don't even have the Vicodin in me anymore.
Yeah.
Because I can't fucking get it.
Yeah.
I'm just in pain the whole time.
yeah.
Just say something. Just say anything.
It is a little peculiar, and now it's too fucking late.
Yeah, it's too late now.
Because now it's just full smile demon that you're talking to.
Yeah.
Skye presses her back against the pillow, sobbing as she begs, no! Trapped to the bed by her IV, all she can do is watch and scream when Elizabeth crosses the room to the mirror and crashes it with a swift punch.
There was such a palpable moment of fear from Naomi Scott. This performance in this scene in particular was so good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sky's reflection shatters and she pulls away, straining the IV line as Elizabeth picks up a large shard of glass and turns back to Sky with that disturbing smile. Sky tries to rip the needle from her arm, groaning when it refuses to pull free. She tries to peel the tape, securing it to her skin. Elizabeth speaks, her voice low and layered. "Look at what you're doing to your poor mother." She stabs the shard right through the center of her neck, her gaze and her smile never faltering. She pulls it free, sending blood flying and staining her white shirt. Smiling still, she stabs again and again, slicing her throat in harsh squelches. Sky has finally released the tape binding her arm, and as her mother switches to mutilating her own face, she yanks out the long needle. Finally, Elizabeth plunges the glass shard into her eye, and it pops free when she rips the glass back out. Sky finally rolls off of the bed, and we follow her as she sprints to the door. But before she can throw it open, she freezes, her face distorted in shock. The score pulses as Sky raises her hand into view. She is holding the glass shard, and her hand is stained crimson. Her trembling hand loses its grip and it crashes to the floor. And we pan out to find Sky's hospital gown that was pristinely clean when she fled from the bed seconds ago is splattered and wet with blood.
I will be honest, I did enjoy that.
Yes.
I was like, oh, shit.
It was incredible. I remember I couldn't find it when I was researching the film, but I remember seeing it when I was watching videos as just a fan of the film. When it first came out, that they just had somebody underneath her to squirt the blood on her gown, put the shard in her hand, and put blood on her hand.
It's so good.
This is because it's all one fluid shot.
Yeah, yeah.
And the camera moves in such a way where all this is going on right underneath the scenes.
Yeah.
And then they scramble away. It's so good.
Yeah.
This is reaching an entirely different level now.
Yes.
Because now it's like, okay, now I don't even have to just worry about the fucking smile demon.
Yeah.
I'm a murderer.
Yeah. And you can't trust anything you're experiencing.
No.
Because
Yeah.
we watched that happen 2 seconds ago.
Mm-hmm.
Did this put you in the mind of a couple of moments that Helen Lyle experienced in Candyman?
Ooh.
Huh.
Where it seemed a certain
Yeah,
way.
dude,
And then it's like,
yes.
oh shit, it's me. I did it.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty interesting and maybe a
Okay.
slight homage.
I can totally see that.
Okay.
Sky turns back to the room where her bloody footprints lead right to her mother, who lies on the floor, gurgling weakly on her own blood. Sky whispers frantically that it's not real. It's not real. She screams, "No!" slapping herself across the face, staining her cheek and her blonde hair bright red. She lowers herself to the ground next to Elizabeth's side. She is stabbed, bleeding, and her eye has been plucked out, leaving a dark, gaping hole. Sky covers her face, letting out shuddering sobs, but her moment of grief is interrupted when someone knocks at the door. A voice brightly announces, "It's Joshua!" Sky jumps up and sprints across the room, pushing her body against the door to close it as soon as Joshua tries to open it. She says abruptly that she's changing. Joshua offers to just wait out here and adds that the doctor's going to come see her in a few minutes. Panting, she says that she's really thirsty. Can he go find her something to drink? Joshua reveals that he brought some bottles of water and put them in the fridge. Bottles that I can only assume are cold, refreshing Voss water. But Sky actually feels like a soda. Can he get her a soda, please? Joshua tells her it's no problem. What kind? Sky snaps. Any kind. Surprise me. Joshua's like, "You got it, boss." His kind voice promises to be back with one surprising soda. Sky cracks the door open and peeks out to confirm that he's gone before closing it and locking it. She stands against the door, breathing deeply and going into a full panic when she looks around at her situation. Her mother dead on the floor, the shattered mirror, and herself covered in blood. She rushes to the expensive sheets of the bed and wipes off her face, futilely swiping at the blood soaking her hospital gown. Thinking quickly, she snatches up the oversized hoodie that Joshua brought and pulls it on, revealing the front to be a huge picture of Sky's own face.
Inconspicuous.
Yeah.
She looks down at her mother's body before ripping the sheet off of the bed and unfurling it over her. Sky leaves the room and walks briskly down the hall, the hood pulled over her head, but she stops when she enters the bright white lobby. Her eyes scan the room, orderlies speaking friendly with patients' families, a nurse talking to a security guard played by Ken McGraw, a juice bar on the far wall, and finally, a neon sign over a side door announcing exit. She steps forward, trying her best to look inconspicuous as her breath shudders from her. She glances at the security guard, but he's so deep in his conversation that he doesn't see her. She is inching toward the door in careful steps, closer and closer, until someone calls her name. Sky? She turns to see Joshua, dutifully holding a yellow can of Squirt, which is a wild choice.
You saw all the soda options.
Yeah.
It was one surprising soda. But his words cut off when he gets a good look at her. He asks instead, "Is that blood?" We pan back over to Sky and drop down, noticing for the first time that her hoodie doesn't cover the end of her hospital gown, which is positively drenched in Elizabeth's blood. Sky is like, "No." But Joshua raises his panicked voice. "They need a doctor over here. They need some help." A young doctor played by Brandy Bravo comes over, looking her up and down and asking if she's hurt. She's swarmed by nurses, and when the security guard starts over, Sky sets her sights on him, falling dramatically into his arms as soon as he gets close enough. But this was only a ruse, and as he tries to comfort her, she snatches the gun from his belt. She points it at the people around her, unfocused and wild, and when the guard implores her to take it easy, she fires a round high into the ceiling and everyone cowers. She cries out for them to get the fuck away from her. She apologizes, and when someone calls her name, she turns on them, pointing the gun. It's Darius, carrying a beautiful white flower arrangement. He holds up his hands and asks her what she's doing. He implores her to think about the tour. Finally, Sky declares, "Fuck the tour." She dashes out of the exit and onto the street in her bloody gown and bare feet.
I talked to Dad after watching this, after he saw it. He did not enjoy this movie very much.
What a
yeah,
surprise.
I know, big surprise. But I think this is the point where he checked out almost completely because, and I understand because it's reaching a point right now where it's like, honestly, you are on the hook for having killed your mother.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck about the smile demon? Take me. Do what you're going to do, because what even is my life if I get you out of me?
Yeah. This is the point of no return.
And that's the point that Dad made. I was like, oh yeah, you're going to prison for murder.
Yeah.
But there
You're done.
there are some explanations later on.
If you want to call them that.
Yeah.
Or a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, wow.
Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Passerbys are like, "Jesus Christ," and Sky quickly conceals the gun into her hoodie. She hurries down the stairs to the sidewalk, trying desperately to get a grip on her surroundings, but in her haste, her foot crunches down into a broken bottle.
This is terrible, but I realize she also fired into the ceiling, so she may be on the hook for 2 murders.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know what was up
No, we have no idea.
She hops, holding it and screaming, but someone once again calls her name. Panning over, we find Gemma holding a drink carrier with 4 coffees on it. She hurries to Sky, and Sky holds onto her arm for balance when she asks if her car is here. Gemma says that it isn't. Elizabeth's driver picked her up. Sky demands to know where he is, and when Gemma says that he dropped her off over there, Sky lets go of her friend and hobbles toward the parked SUV. By now, the pedestrians are clamoring. That's Sky Riley. They lift their phones to record, but they're out of focus behind Sky. She pays no mind to them as she hurries to the vehicle. Gemma trails behind her as Sky bangs on the side of the SUV, demanding the driver to get out because she needs his car. Very GTA of her.
Yeah.
I love it.
I need that.
I need this. The driver, played by Christopher Sky, starts to ask Miss Riley what's wrong, but his words are cut off when she pulls out the gun. She rips the door open, screaming at him to get out, and he doesn't have to be told twice. The pedestrians are gathering, commenting that she's got a gun. She's lost her mind. Sky hops in behind the wheel and Gemma stands in the way of her closing the door. She asks what Sky is doing. Sky screams that she loves Gemma, but if she doesn't leave right now, she's gonna fucking die. Gemma launches the drinks over her shoulder, deciding, fuck it, I'm going with you. She tells Sky to scoot over, and when Sky refuses, Gemma reminds her that she doesn't know how to drive, so she scoots over. Gemma gets behind the wheel, slams the door, starts the SUV, and they're off, immediately impeding traffic as they round the corner. And as soon as they're gone, police cars pull up and park outside of the wellness center. An officer gets out and dashes inside.
So it is pretty selfless of her to try to say, you don't need to get involved.
Yeah.
To Gemma.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's pretty goddamn selfish to be like, I'm going to die if I don't go. It's like, well, there's somebody that is dead at the fucking clinic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my BT dubs.
Yeah.
I might have killed my mom.
Yes.
But even with all that, if Gemma's really, you're willing to drive
She's
me.
that bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great friend.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gemma and Sky are escaping in the speeding SUV. Gemma asks Sky frantically where they're going. Where is she supposed to be driving? But Sky is texting Morris. I'm in. I want to kill it. I can't let it hurt anyone else. Help me, please. Gemma asks again where she's supposed to be going, and Sky admits that she doesn't know. Just keep driving. But Gemma needs her to explain what the hell is going on. Morris replies with another pin, telling Sky to meet him here. Sky reports that she needs to get to Staten Island. Gemma is like, gross, why? And she corrects when she nearly crashes the car and Sky grunts in pain. This feels like, I don't know, when The Simpsons would always take a crack at New Jersey. And I'm not a New Yorker, so I'm like, you guys.
Yeah.
She looks down at the bottom of her feet, bloody and ruined by the shattered glass on the sidewalk. A shard of it is still buried in the flesh. Gemma warns that Sky needs to get to a hospital, but Sky says no, she needs to get to Staten Island. Gemma asks again what the fuck is going on. Sky grips the end of the glass shard and pulls it from its place deep within her foot.
Ooh.
This was rough to watch. But she finds a towel on the floor and wraps it around her wound once she's freed the glass. Her voice low and calm, she tells Gemma to pull over. Confused, Gemma reminds her that she said that she's supposed to go to Staten Island. Sky screams at her to please fucking pull over. Gemma looks over at her. Sky admits that all she's done is make Gemma's life hell and she doesn't deserve her. So please pull over and get away so Sky doesn't fuck up her life too. Gemma sits in silence for a moment, looking between the road and her friend before deciding, no, fuck that noise. She reminds Sky, slapping her hands against the wheel. Ride or die, bitch. Sky can't help but smile as she cries. She shares that she needs to tell her something. Gemma asks what, but Sky is looking down at the phone in her hand when it starts to ring. The screen is filled with a photo. Sky, with her long black hair, tongue sticking out, licking the cheek of Gemma, who smirks at the camera. It's an incoming call from Gemma. God damn it.
I know.
Tears roll down Sky's face as she stares at the screen and finally answers. She eyes Gemma, looking between her and the road with concern as she says, hello? Gemma's voice fills her ear, apologizing for taking a couple days to get back to her after getting her voicemail. But honestly, she wasn't even sure she was going to call Sky back at all. Struggling to keep her voice level in her shock, Sky asks, did you spend the night at my place? Gemma is surprised. She hasn't been to Sky's place in like a year, ever since Sky told her she was a stupid, opportunistic cunt. Remember? Also, what's with all the weird-ass fucking text messages Sky's been sending? But Sky can't even answer. She looks over at Gemma in horror, and Gemma has turned to her, smiling her sick smile. In the same deep and distorted voice Elizabeth spoke in, she reports, Gemma hates you, Sky. Sky sobs, pleading with her. No. She screams and thrashes against her seat, screaming no, screaming fuck you. It all goes dark when they enter a tunnel. Sky tries to open the door, begging to be let out, but Gemma is only staring at Sky, not the road, when she replies darkly, no one cares about you. Sky whispers to herself, "This isn't real. Gemma isn't driving." She turns to her, screaming, "You're in my head." She declares that Gemma is not in control. She is. She gulps and repeats this calmer. She squeezes her eyes tight, repeating to herself, "I'm in control. I'm in control. I'm in control." When a car honks, Sky opens her eyes to find this mantra true. Gemma is gone, and she is the one behind the wheel.
I am very torn about this element because I do like some of this where it is completely an unreliable narrator that we're with.
Mm-hmm.
I just really don't like the fact that she has never encountered the real Gemma in this film. I think the first night should have been the real Gemma.
Mm-hmm.
And then, sure, everything is getting much worse now and things are not what they seem.
Right.
As we're getting closer to the end of this cycle of the smile demon.
Mm-hmm.
But for her to have never and always been a figment of her imagination and the, hey, Miss Elizabeth or whatever, it's like, all right, now you're getting too cute.
It does feel strange to think that this smile monster, I guess, would play the long game.
Yeah, and you're doing my inside
Yeah,
jokes.
yeah.
Best friend.
It's weird.
It's too much.
It's a little, and that thing's still in my foot then, because does that mean I never pulled it out, or what the fuck I've been driving?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so
That's really dangerous.
that's
dude.
thinking
No
effective.
shit. Yeah.
I like the twist. I was very surprised, but it almost is like too perfect when she runs out and Gemma's running up and "I'll drive you, bitch, ride or die," blah blah blah. And then in this moment you're like, "Oh wow, it was too fucking perfect."
Yeah.
I love the rug pull, but I think you're right that I would like it better if we did have this moment of reunion and then
Yeah.
Because this is fine for this one to be like everything else was okay.
this encounter.
And then the last time we saw each other was her saying, "I think we need to have a conversation about me going on tour with you."
Mm-hmm.
And then we just don't see her again. She's been busy.
Yeah.
She already said she was going to be busy.
She
Yeah.
did, but it wouldn't make sense that she wouldn't reply to these freaky ass texts that she's sending her.
Well, maybe she didn't send them. Like Lewis did send his.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of say anything with these rules. You know what I mean?
And I think that's why it's like you can't. It gets a little frustrating when you do that because
it's like my phone is actually a banana.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, so nothing makes sense and that's fine. Like
Well,
no matter what you do.
crabs have
because you
machine
can
guns.
come up with an answer to anything
Yeah.
for the problem.
You could. Yes.
So any kind of things that don't make sense or logic that doesn't fit quite well,
Right.
it never happened.
Yeah.
It is pretty easy. Didn't we talk about this last week?
Yes. Yeah. We actually did.
Yeah, we did. But Sky slams on the brakes, stopping the car in the middle of an intersection. The cars around her narrowly miss crashing into her, and they honk repeatedly. Sky finally pulls away, leaving one of the drivers to scream at her, "Fuck you! Learn to fucking drive!" Oh, this is my New Yorker. The city flips.
New Yorker?
This is my New Yorker. The city flips upside down as Sky speeds away. We are reminded that Gemma said Sky can't drive when we watch her swerve all over the road, causing other cars to skid out of her way. She pulls into an abandoned parking lot, nearly striking a waiting Morris. He dives out of the way just in time, and she hits a dumpster instead. Sky hops out of the car and limps over to him. When he asks where her shoes are, she replies flatly that she doesn't have any. She hands her gun over to Morris, but when he cries out asking why she has that, she grips him by the front of his coat, yelling at him to just take it. She tells him that if his theory doesn't work and he sees her change and start smiling, he needs to shoot her in the head. Morris protests, but Sky shakes him, begging that he needs to stop it no matter what. Morris says that they're going to, but Sky screams at him to promise, and finally, reluctantly, Morris does. He promises that he will shoot her. Sky finally lets go of him and asks, "How do we stop my heart?"
Hold on a second, though. So I'm supposed to shoot you if things go bad, right?
Yes.
But now I'm witnessing a horrific thing in front of me.
Oh, fuck. There's no way out.
Yeah.
You're
so
right.
I really can.
This is the song that never ends.
Why? Just run away.
Yeah.
I'm not getting involved, George. They head inside the clearly abandoned graffitied building where Morris apologizes that he hasn't done anything about the lights. The beam of his flashlight showcases that the inside is filthy and gutted with the words "Get out of my house" spray painted in red across the back wall.
Was it an old Pizza Hut? Because in my mind, I'm imagining the...
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sky asks if this was a Pizza Hut.
All right.
Morris explains that it was the only thing he could find to lease on short notice that had a large enough freezer. Sky asks why they need a freezer, and Morris answers simply and cryptically as he disappears around a corner. For your brain. After a moment of hesitation, Sky follows him to the back of the store, where Morris stands outside of the walk-in freezer and details. Once they stop her heart, her brain will stop receiving oxygen and necrosis would normally set in immediately. She would have maybe 2 minutes before permanent brain damage. But if they can bring her body temperature down far enough, that might delay the process, giving up to 9 minutes before permanent brain damage. He says that they have to make sure this thing isn't able to hang around. And as he opens the freezer door with a small grunt, he decides that he likes their odds of 9 minutes better than 2.
I do too, but I don't want it to take that long.
No, I don't like any of this.
No, but 9 does sound better than 2, but
It
still,
does.
I don't... Can it only take 2 minutes?
Yeah, but can we aim for the 2?
Yeah.
Please.
The door creaks when Morris pulls it the rest of the way open, revealing a metal table and hospital monitors inside. He pulls a cinder block to keep the door from closing, warning quickly that the latch on the door is broken, and if it closes, it can't be opened from the inside. I'm sure it will be fine. Sky hugs herself, shivering in the frigidness of the freezer. Morris hands her a pink hospital gown and tells her to change into it. She pulls off her sweater, revealing the blue gown that she was wearing at the wellness center with its giant blood stain covering the front. Morris cries out that that's a lot of blood. Are the police going to be looking for her? Sky says that she doesn't know, and she sighs. Let's just do this. They are.
Yes.
They are looking for you. She snatches the gown from Morris, and he turns his back as she changes. He explains that once Sky's body temperature is low enough, he's going to inject her with a drug that will cause her heart to start slowing down until it completely stops. Sky asks how long that will take, and as Morris switches on the heart rate machine, he answers that it's critical for her to reach flatline as quickly as possible. So he's going to inject her directly into her internal jugular. Sky will be dead in 30 seconds. Sky's breath shudders. Jugular, like in her neck? She asks to see the needle. Morris holds up a syringe with a long-ass covered needle, and when Sky breathes, "What the fuck, man?" He says commiseratively that he knows. He's sorry. He sets it back down on the cart and invites Sky to lie down on the table. She lifts herself up and lies on the cold metal, her quaking breath exhaling in a fog. She shivers, admitting that she's so fucking cold, and Morris agrees. That's the idea. He says he'll be monitoring her heart rate, and the moment she flatlines, he'll start a timer for 8 minutes. Once that timer goes off, he holds up another syringe. He'll inject a dose of adrenaline into her heart and start CPR. He zips up his coat to punctuate the plan. Are you really a nurse, or do you just like Pulp Fiction?
This is a little column A, column B. And thank you for cleaning it up, because he said CPR resuscitation. It's
I knew
just
that
say CPR.
I knew you'd take exception to that, and so I
what
tried to
the
fix
R
it.
stands for. Thank you.
Sky muses that she can't believe she might die in the freezer of a fucking Pizza Hut, but Morris promises that he will bring her back. Great film. Sky calls out his name, and when he looks at her, she apologizes for the loss of his brother. She knows that's why he's doing this, and she thanks him for helping her. Morris wonders what made her change her mind, and Sky shares that every good thing in her life ends up broken because of her. She hurts everything and everyone she touches. It doesn't matter what happens to her anymore, but she will not let this fucking thing use her to hurt anyone else. She sniffles. Morris slides the tip of a thermometer into Sky's mouth, and he tells her not to move. He just has to get something. the thermometer dangling from her lips. Skye cranes her neck to follow Morris out of the freezer, asking where he's going. But Morris has got to return some videotapes. He lets himself out of the room and carefully closes the door against the cinder block, leaving Skye completely alone in the freezer. So it looks like things got too spicy for the pepper.
Apparently, yeah.
After a moment, she pulls the thermometer out of her mouth and calls out to Morris, louder. He does not answer. Skye looks around the room at a tray of syringes and instruments, at the words, "Be mine," encased in a painted heart on the wall. Shivering, Skye pleads with Morris not to leave her alone. She props herself up on her elbows, watching the door, but suddenly she hears a steady dripping. Skye looks down at herself and finds drops of blood landing on her stomach, staining the hospital gown. Someone sobs above her, and Skye, reluctantly, fearfully, looks up to find herself. Skye dangles above on that horrible night, restrained by her seatbelt as she screams, all grief, blood, long black hair, and glittering silver. She sobs, protesting, her teeth and mouth all stained crimson. Skye trembles as she looks up at this past version of herself. Blood drops spatter against her face. Past Skye continues to scream and cry, but her hand creeps steadily to her seatbelt. When she releases it, she falls, crashing down onto Skye. The table buckles and Skye rolls onto the floor, but when she looks up, panting raggedly, she's alone. Suddenly, other Skye appears, yanking her up and slamming her against the wall. Her face is still bloody when she tells Skye sweetly, "I've been waiting for you for such a long time." Her face squeezed by another version of her own hands, Skye screams out for Morris, alerting him that it's in here.
It's like, yeah, Morris, take your sweet time.
Yeah.
You know what this thing can do.
He'll be in the car driving home.
So this is actually beyond my experience. I
My
can't do
name's
it.
Paul. This shit's between y'all.
I have to say, though, this is very successful for me.
Yeah.
This kind of horrible mirror, this look into this nightmare of a night that you lived
Yes.
Yeah.
right above you.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very interesting.
It's so good. And Naomi Scott had said that these were reshoots, this whole thing that's unfolding in this freezer, and that it was not only the hardest 4 days of the shoot for her, but it was the hardest 4 days of her career.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
But she said that it was just physically and emotionally exhausting, but she was proud to be able to have done it. She is playing both roles.
Okay.
She was really suspended upside down from the ceiling. Like, she's really doing all of this.
They dropped her?
I mean,
Apparently.
maybe. Probably onto a mattress, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, they went for it.
Yeah.
I was going to say this scene with her back and forth between her and her other self, I can see people, this is where they would say, maybe it is two actresses.
Yeah.
So I do get that.
Yeah.
No, it's her
Yeah.
doing both.
That's
I
crazy.
I can't imagine. And the level of emotionality that you have to stay at, like that, it's got to be fucking exhausting.
Yeah.
For both portions.
Yeah. But other Skye smiles that Morris can't help her anymore. It's just you and me. She smiles up at her, whispering that she likes wearing her skin. She throws Skye across the room like she's nothing, and Skye crashes against the wall and hits the ground hard. She turns and looks back at other Skye, who stands in her glittering dress across the room, next to the overturned heart monitor machine. She steps forward in her boots, warning Skye that she can't get away from her. Skye's breath wheezes as other Skye bends her ankle, sending the bone squelching further out of her skin. Skye looks back at the cracked open freezer door, but suddenly her past self is upon her, pressing her against the cold ground. She cautions, her voice turning dark and distorted and echoey. You'll never escape who you truly are on the inside. Skye turns her head and finds one of Morris's syringes, just out of reach when she extends her hand toward it. But other Skye demands, "Look at me!" Skye turns to face her former self and finds the eyes impossibly large and staring, the blood-crusted smile baring her teeth. And I didn't love this. I didn't love the big eyes.
Really? Dude, I love this a lot.
I really do too.
I love what's happening. I would have liked something more practical to be happening here.
I like this way more than I like fucking Lollipop or whatever his name is.
But you don't like it.
That's what I'm saying.
But you don't like it at all.
I don't. This is much better.
I like this better than a shit sandwich. Well, you don't like that at all.
Precisely. I thought you would like it too.
I like what's happening. I just, for the moment, it's a little CG for me.
I think for me, it's just, it's like a surprisingly haunting visual.
Yeah.
It's something that startled me how much it startled me.
It did startle me. I'm not gonna pretend like it
I
didn't.
was scared. I was.
But rewatching it, I was like, oh.
I like it. It is a bit exaggerated, but I think for the moment, that's what it needs.
You know what it almost puts me in the mind of? Creepypastas.
Yeah, like or the Momo thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Just
Yeah.
like a distorted.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I get it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Sky stares, entranced, when other Sky rubs her face and slides her thumbs into her mouth, stretching her lips into a grin. Other Sky's smile grows wider, exposing rows and rows of teeth inside of the darkness. The score mounts as we press on Sky and she squeezes her eyes shut. But finally, she chooses to fight back. A strained groan escapes her as she bears down, biting on Other Sky's thumbs, the bones cracking beneath her teeth. When Other Sky pulls her hands away, emitting otherworldly screams, her thumbs are still inside Sky's mouth. Sky sits up, spitting them out and finally reaching the syringe. She holds it up to her past self, declaring, "Fuck you," before stabbing it into her own neck. A distorted screaming echoes, and Other Sky screams her name, her own name. As Sky's eyes droop and she begins to lose her grip on reality, the screaming fades away, and when her vision comes back into focus, Other Sky is smiling, her face tilted downwards as she stares at her. Sky sits there, panting, covered in blood, holding the syringe in her limp hand. Other Sky giggles. This isn't real, Sky. And when Sky looks down, her hand is empty, her fingers curled around nothing.
That was fucking funny, you dumb bitch.
That's honestly, like, why? Why are you so
know.
rude?
I
It's
know.
mean. It's mean
I was
as
like, come
hell.
on, dude.
Other Sky titters maniacally, and Sky crawls backward, away from her. She pulls herself to her feet, and Other Sky rises too. When Sky turns to run out of the cracked freezer door, it slams in her face.
Of course.
Of course. She screams, trying to force it open, but Other Sky informs her, "You're not in control, Sky. I am." Sky is no longer standing against the door of the freezer, but against something large and metal. Other Sky glides toward her, smiling as she grips handles of doors that suddenly appear between them. Still smiling, she tells her, "Break a leg out there," before closing the doors and leaving Sky in darkness. Inside of this darkness, Sky starts to panic, her heaving breathing rasping in the small confines of the space. Suddenly, machinery rattles and the space begins to fill with fog. It obstructs our view, and when it finally dissipates enough for us to see, Sky's hair is styled. Plugs are in her ears. Her face is made up, albeit smeared by her tears, and she's wearing that blue and yellow bodysuit with the sheer paneling that she absolutely refused to. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, what the hell have I been doing all week?
Yeah.
The doors open, letting out the fog, and Sky steps out, center stage, clutching the microphone as the audience screams, muffled by the score. They jump and cheer, holding signs, lights, phones. They proclaim their excitement, their dedication, their love, all of their eyes fixed on her. Sky stares, confused, crying blue glitter down her face as she spots in the front row Joshua, Darius, and her mother, Elizabeth, jumping up and down and cheering for her. Her eyes widen in surprise, and Elizabeth points toward her own upturned mouth, reminding her daughter, "Smile."
Poor choice
Yeah.
of words.
Yep.
Yeah.
But this, to me, it was even like, of course, you see her in this like shell or egg that opens up or whatever. And so you're like, okay, so then at least this part didn't happen.
Yeah.
But then when you see her mother,
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
like, okay, so how far back are we going?
It's that. It's
I
that.
never met Gemma. Also, the clinic wasn't real. Like, so what the hell? Where even?
I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like the stuff in the freezer never happened. The stuff in the car with Gemma never happened. Which you could conceive that they did spend that night together because that reveal never happened.
So what the hell? You're right. So what? This is a little cheap.
It.
Because then you don't even know how far back we're even going.
Yeah, but neither does Sky, man.
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
about to not
We're
matter.
right
We still need to figure
We're
it
right
out.
there with her, dude.
I mean, I get, or I guess you can say, I guess Morris telling her, look, we got to go inside this freezer is kind of, hey, we got to get inside this
yes.
sphere or this whatever
The capsule
she's getting
thing.
out of.
Yeah.
The drive, I guess, was them taking her to the venue. I mean,
Okay, I like it. I like
but
it.
No, I know.
It's not. It's still. It's like how, like you said, how long?
You know what I would have loved if everything that she goes through, like, okay, we see her getting her
Right.
hair and makeup done before, if maybe that was a more ritualistic process and everything that we see happening with Morrison in the car is a mirror of that process we saw her get through for rehearsals.
Right.
Like it is that.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
The freezer is really the capsule, and him doing this was really them putting her makeup on, and him putting on
Yeah.
notes or something on her head was her hair.
But it's-
like that would have been fucking cool.
Again, though, it just kind of makes me think back too. So you planned all of this for how long?
The smile demon?
monster. Yeah. What?
I mean, it's better when it's like delayed gratification.
It's
it's like, you know, when food
he
tastes better
doesn't
when you're
ar-
like
it doesn't
really
have
hungry.
patience. It
No,
doesn't
It
care.
yeah.
does. It does.
Dude, it does this all the time.
Yeah, I know.
So you got to keep it fun and spicy. You got to keep it fun. He's like, look, I got a whole audience waiting for me at the end of this week.
Right? But at the same
I
time,
just got to carry her to the venue. You know what I mean?
I get that, and I'm happy for him.
Yeah.
I'm smiling for him.
Yeah.
But I think my thing is exactly that. I like, especially when it comes to twist endings,
Yeah.
to have these cues to be like, okay, rewatch value.
For sure.
All these little things, all these things that are pointing to what eventually becomes true.
Yeah.
That's just not here. And also 3 times in a row to do the you thought that was real, you dumbass fake out. That's wild.
Well,
Yeah,
because we're so disoriented, man. Like
No. I think we've been paying attention.
Yeah. We're watching.
we
man.
don't know
Yeah,
what's
I swear.
happening. We need a new brain, you know?
Uh-huh. That's what's up. That I remember.
That's the ticket. Sky looks up at the unforgiving lights and back down to find herself just as she is now, in costume, ready to perform, and smiling. This Sky reaches her hands for that sheer panel over her stomach and rips it open, revealing the scar twisting along her stomach. Sky shudders as she watches herself dig her fingers through this scar, peeling herself open. Among the viscera inside, 2 red, giant hands reveal themselves, unfurling as they release from Sky's small frame. 2 long arms come out, gripping the stage, and this Sky is still smiling when her body drops backward, accommodating the monster being born from her. Sky screams at the top of her lungs, her face repeated on the large screens behind her, where her dancers writhe obliviously. She watches as the other version of herself drops limply, still smiling, dangling from the back of the smile entity, the monstrosity, played by Trevor Newland. Blood pours as Sky shrieks, still staring up at it, but suddenly she goes quiet and drops to her knees. The microphone falls to the stage, distorted feedback echoing as the monstrosity towers over her with its red, skinless body. It reaches with its impossibly long arms, and Sky just stares at it, dazed, as it slides its fingers into her mouth and starts to pull, ripping her jaw apart.
Not this guy again. I was hoping we'd get out scot-free, not having to see Lollipop or whatever.
Naomi scot-free. I really thought when she chose to fight back, like she was fighting back, and obviously none of this really happened.
Mm-hmm.
But the first time I'm watching it, you think it is happening, and she fights back and takes control in the car with quote unquote Gemma.
Mm-hmm.
She fights her past self, her, her regrets, her mistakes, her past that she has rehabilitated herself from. She fights back and she defeats it. I really thought foolishly that she was going to get out of it. I really did.
He's like, I didn't.
Yeah, no,
I really did.
I understand how you could think that, and especially because I don't know, there's something about how the first film ended.
Yeah.
I don't want them to be hurtling towards a similar thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that we have kind of given a little more, and we did learn a lot about Rose and a lot of her traumatic background
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I really don't want to be doing this again, and give Sky Riley this moment to where she has overcome
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, where we're headed, the second that I found out that was her profession, is that she's a singer and she's about to start a tour, I knew what we were doing.
Oh, I didn't at all.
Yeah, I honestly didn't guess this either. I was just like, well, let's see how, where this is going.
And then as it unfurls, I was like, of course. But I really thought this might be a story of hope because she was fighting her demons. Like she was trying.
I think it's that. I think it's with her past and how, like, she is badass and she's doing this and she's got to deal with her mom and everybody and whatever. I was like, okay, she's going to survive. She's going to find some way to come out of this, and then somehow we'll get a smile, whatever, or somebody smiling
Like
at
a
the
teaser.
end. Yeah. But yeah, no. So when this did happen again and watching it for the show, I was like, I knew it was coming, but I didn't fully remember everything. So getting there, I was like, oh, wow.
And I will say the tearing of her mouth open, I don't recall such a graphic
It's rough.
with Rose.
Yeah.
I feel like it was a little more further away, and we didn't really get the entirety of that.
It was for sure.
But to see that,
Yeah. And it is a parallel, the positioning, it is like a mirror to what happened with Rose at the end. And I mean, it's pretty fucking devastating to see this happen to her.
Yeah.
When it's like we were all rooting for you. You know what I mean? Like it's just so unfair. But I did want to talk a little bit about the monstrosity. Alec Gillis and Gillis Studios came back to handcraft and hand paint the monstrosity once again. It's basically a horse costume with someone standing in the back to stand in for Sky Riley's legs.
Okay.
And Trevor Newland standing in for the body and the large head on top. There are several puppeteers standing by in green to be edited out. They are doing the arms. They're doing the head. I mean, there's several of them surrounding. And one of the puppeteers was actually Sellenfriend, the prosthetics designer, who said it was a dream come true. Alec Gillis did do the monstrosity for the first film, but he didn't come to set. This time he did. And Sellenfriend said that he was a hero of his since he was like 8 years old.
Aw.
So it was an honor to meet him and to puppet one of his designs. But
That's cool.
Yeah, that would be a dream. But like I said, they're doing the mouth, the head, the arms. All of that is practical. This is a big ass puppet. And the costume designer, Alexis Forte, had said that 3 different bodysuits were made with various levels of being ripped open from like this prosthetic middle so that they can shove the arms through and push it open. And the animatronic designer, Zachary Teller, said that they were remote controlling the fingertips to move as they come toward her.
That's incredible work.
It is amazing.
Something that I was really surprised to learn that goes along with kind of the difficulty of filming this entire sequence. They filmed at MVP Arena in Albany, New York for the crowd shots and the stage and everything.
Yeah.
And this is a 17,000 seat arena, and they only had 500 extras. And so they literally filmed plates of these extras filling each section, and then they stitched it all together.
Wow. Wow.
And then you're talking about lighting for a stage show versus lighting for a film, which is different.
Yeah.
Then you have to light for these tight shots that are more like lighting for a film. And then you have the stage and the set where they're doing this puppetry work, and you have to marry it all together for this one sequence at the end.
They did a damn good job.
It
Yes.
is
Yeah.
so, I'm floored.
Yeah.
The way that they were able to pull this off. And it's so grandiose. It's so over the top. And I mean, let's just wrap it up here.
Right, yeah.
We cut to Skye lying center stage, coughing and gagging. Elizabeth hurries away from her spot as the crowd begs someone to help. They scream for her to get up. She can do it. They love her. Finally, Skye pulls herself to her feet with her back to the audience. They cheer deafeningly, but when Skye turns, her face repeated on the screens behind her, she's smiling. The crowd falls silent, lowering their signs, raising their phones to record. But Skye keeps smiling her sick smile, her head tilted downward as she raises the microphone to her lips. We pull away from her and watch the blue-tinged audience instead as squelching thuds echo from Skye's microphone. They scream in horror, unable to tear their eyes away from the horror they're witnessing, the horrors infecting them one by one. We see Skye Riley one last time, having given her final performance. She lies on the stage, still smiling, her brains bashed, and her bejeweled, glittery microphone jutting out of her face where her right eye once was. It cuts to black, and Death of Me plays, throbbing as the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Smile 2?
I really didn't mind this too much. You know, again, I'm not one for putting a couple of music videos in between in the movie here and there. And again, I know a lot of work goes into a lot of this, but like choreography and stuff, and then the photo shoot and all that. You know, it's I don't really care for it. You know what I mean? But it did look good, and again, everybody does what they're supposed to do in this movie. Mm-hmm. They do great, and it looks great. I know you don't like his name's Lollipop. Is that an official name for this monster?
That was
Do we not call him that anymore?
That was their nickname for him on set, and then that was the song that they used in the end credits.
See, and that's my thing. It can't be a secret, and then you play the fucking song at the end. So either we're calling him Lollipop or we're not.
Yeah, if he's got a theme song,
then
I think that's what we're sticking with.
The monstrosity. Don't change it now.
No, I don't mind the way he looks, and I know it's a little sometimes kind of, I don't know if it's the eyes that make him look friendly or silly or it's kind of whatever, but I think that's what kind of makes it work for me, and it being a puppet. Seeing that, it's like, that is very fucking creepy. And it just, though its teeth and everything, it's like, oh, I don't really know if I want to talk to you, dude. It's like, can you be something else? It's like, I don't.
You look gross.
Yeah. Can you be something else? I would love to see that puppet in person.
Oh yeah, I bet that looks crazy.
Yeah.
You guys can tell me about it.
Your smile immediately drops. I don't want to see the monstrosity in person, but I like to see the puppet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
But I did enjoy this, like I said, a lot more than I did the first time we watched it. This was cool, and it might have just been knowing what was coming. But again, I didn't remember a lot of it. So the things that I didn't remember, honestly, really genuinely surprised me. And I was like, okay, that's cool. There are, like I said, them coming out dancing and whatever. The idea is cool, but they just look too happy. It's too, check out what we did, like you said.
Oh, yeah.
We practiced this shit. You're going to see it.
Like in the apartment?
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. And Gemma, that was, god damn it. It's like, dude, you were there for a long time, and then to pull the rug and be like, nah, it's like, dude, that's come on, man. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. And you are right. The back-to-back fake outs. I was like, all right. So is the ending real? Is this fake? Is this what you?
The ending's real.
Is it?
Yeah, right.
If that's how Smile 3 starts, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been fighting real hard for this dude. I'm gonna be really fucking upset.
They're like, Sky, wake up.
Yeah. And then we're back in the fucking clinic. No.
You've got 4 days left. It's like, how did you know that?
But I had a lot of fun talking about the movie. I would recommend it. Like I said, it's not something that I'd probably be in a rush to watch again, but there are a lot of cool ass elements of this movie, and it looks really, really good.
Yeah, I agree. I think I do like this more this time around. I didn't dislike it before.
Yeah.
But I think the more you watch a film, you kind of grow in appreciation for it sometimes.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those times. I think my biggest complaint is just that third act.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like everything that we were doing before, it was working for me. And you built it up in such a way that I really don't know where you could have gone. I know the eventual end. I think my problem is that trio of fake outs.
Okay.
Gemma was never here at all. Not even that first time. This entire subplot, is Morris even a fucking person? Did I meet Morris at all?
Well,
That's a good question.
That
You
was
know?
Pryor.
It was Richard Pryor?
That was Richard Pryor
I
playing
didn't
Morris.
recognize him at all.
He's very method.
Very good work, sir.
He's a dude playing another dude.
Yeah.
But I think once you start doing that thing where it's like, okay, this wasn't real, this also wasn't real, and this wasn't real either, you do start to question, what the fuck was real?
Yeah.
Where, at what point do we start? Because maybe the first text was real, but the entirety of Gemma was fake. Even on that night that she spent there.
Yeah.
That was before she went to the thing to even meet the dude
Yeah, but
at the bar.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's like, I don't even know, and I understand there were several moments with Rose where there were plenty of fake outs.
Yeah.
But oddly, those were more successful.
Well, because I think that when you come down at the end, you know what was real and what wasn't.
Yes.
Even if in the moment you didn't know, when it's all said and done, you do know.
That sequence of her running and then out of the house and she's back
And
in
it's
front
excellent.
of the...
Yeah, it was excellent.
It's like, okay, I know where it started, I know where it ends, and I know, where we are.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that here it's not quite clear because we're
No.
still like, no, I think it started when this happened.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we don't know.
And I think the difficulty in that is that the answer could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, just pick the one you like best. You're welcome.
No.
Parker Finn did that for you.
I don't think he did. I don't think he knows who I am. So, but it's very interesting you mention Lollipop's eyes because part of me is now thinking that it would have been much better if the eyes that we saw through this other sky were the eyes that Lollipop has.
Okay.
Mm.
Because to me, I think that would make the creature much scarier. I think that it is a matter of him looking too playful.
Yeah.
It's like, you're capable of all this?
He's so happy.
You're adorable. What are you talking about?
He is happy.
But I mean, I don't know. I think that maybe, and I applaud original creature design.
Yeah, yeah.
You never seen a motherfucker like this in your life.
No.
So that's very interesting. I just think that there's something about it that just simply doesn't, and I guess will not work for me.
Yeah.
But I think that what the creature does and represents is very interesting. I love this chain letter situation of it just traveling down the line. I even like the element of a person who is tracking it. I just don't think that Morris really works here.
Well, because who the hell is Morris?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know. But, outside of this, I think that there is a lot here. Visually, it's very impressive. Naomi Scott is fucking brilliant in this role. Those songs are earworms, whether you like it or not.
Hell yeah.
And I think that there is a lot to be said here as far as social commentary is concerned. I think there's depth to a lot of what we're seeing that isn't so overbearing or overwhelming. It's there if you want to investigate it or look at it.
Yeah.
And it's throughout, too. And I think that that's a pretty impressive thing. I don't know where the fuck they can even go after this, though, because I don't know how you... That's 17,000 people that are infected by this Smile situation.
Yeah, and if it turns into the rest of us fighting smile monsters, how does that even work?
I don't know. I do not know.
Because if somebody sees us kill them or them kill us,
Now
they're
they got
watching.
it.
Yeah.
Like, that was also traumatic.
Yeah.
The stakes are so high, and it's such a grand scale that I don't know. I really don't know.
You're written yourself into a corner.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a little bit. Let's see what he does with the possession. With possession. I love this. I've seen it several times. Ari is a big fan of both Smile movies. She and I have watched it a few times. I love this. I think that it's not perfect. There are things that I can nitpick. There's things that don't even nitpick. What did I say?
You said nitpick. But it's fine. We know what you meant.
We've been recording for so long.
I know.
There are things that I can nitpick. And there are things that flat out don't work for me. But at the end of the day, this movie is entertaining as hell.
It is.
There are scary moments. There are heartfelt moments. There are some kind of darkly funny moments. I just think that this is really quite an achievement. I saw an interview with Naomi Scott, and she described Sky Riley as a relatable character in unrelatable circumstances. I think that she was talking about the entity, being the unrelatable circumstances. I think that the unrelatable circumstances are her wealth and her platform, and I think that Sky Riley is beautiful. She's talented. She has all of these people behind her. She's wealthy. She has an apartment that I would do some questionable things for. She has everything going for her. But I think the relatable part of this character is that she can't get out of her own way. Mm-hmm. She has regrets. She has trauma. She has a past that is holding her back and holding her down. And that is ultimately why we end up where we are. And I think that is what is relatable about Sky Riley, despite all the, glittering, luxurious, unrelatable things about her. Because John Paul and I were talking the other day about how I'm a rich person is having a bad day, but it's I don't feel that way with her, even though I totally could, because give me those fucking clothes and give me that career and give me that money, give me that apartment.
We're stuck on the apartment.
Yeah, I love the apartment. Even and learning that it's not real was a pretty big blow for me. But she is relatable in that sense of she's got to be the one to also have her back and also be championing her, because she is in her own way. And that's why everything she is trying to numb and escape from herself. That is where the addiction came from. That's where the car accident came from. That's where all of these things, this toxic relationship that she had with Paul Hudson, whatever, all of it stems from that.
And it's such a moment of almost like a truth serum level of honesty at that gala.
Yeah.
Where she says, look, I thought this would be the solution for everything.
Yeah.
And it solved nothing. And so it's a tragic story.
It really is. And I think that she is relatable in that way, and in that darkness that she is really struggling to get above and get through. I think that there is, and he said it explicitly, the commodification of entertainers and women in this industry, where it's we explored it a lot on The Substance as well, where it's you are here to entertain me, and even if that is you falling apart right in front of my face, I'm still going to record it with my phone. I'm still going to post about it. I'm still going to talk about it and judge you on the worst day you've ever had in your entire life. Mm-hmm. We're still going to talk shit about it. Now put on your dress and dance. And it's fuck, dude. It does shine a light on the complicity of an audience that kind of craves that like monsters. You know what I mean?
And you honestly, there are a couple moments, and it might be doing too much, but her dress at the gala was literally mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Holding it up to the audience.
Okay.
And they that was terrible.
Yeah, that was pretty bad when that lady fell into the table. It's pretty funny, though.
It is. But she's not okay.
No, she's not. That happened. That's real. That definitely happened.
She's like, that was fake too, right? right?
No. She's in traction or whatever they call it. But I think that it's also, to your point, like what we saw whenever she was at Lewis's apartment and watching the news.
Yes.
You are, as far as they know from that situation, she should be this story of perseverance and of overcoming all these different obstacles. But they're like, hey, you guys remember when?
Yeah.
It's so fucked up.
Sky Riley's back. Let's talk about the worst, most traumatic day of her fucking life. So, I mean, and we can slide into ratings as well. I think that this just, again, we were talking, I don't even know, probably on weapons. I don't know at this point. It's been a very long time. About how the film can be so entertaining at its face and be saying so much if you just want to dig a little bit deeper. Whether you care to do that or not, it is there. And I think that that's interesting. I think that, like you were saying, T. Naomi Scott is a fucking... She's incredible in this. The songs are amazing. The songs and the score. I need a Sky Riley t-shirt, honestly, at this point. There's just so much here. The practical effects, the way that they were able to mostly really successfully blend vis effects with the practical effects and puppetry and fucking animatronic work. And it's just this, like, everybody was firing on all cylinders. Everybody fucking showed up. Everybody clocked in. I just really like this movie a lot. And I know that there are problems with it. I have fucking problems with it. But there is something about it that I just really fucking enjoy. It is very entertaining to me. The ending is so fucking sad, but it's so over the top and so like, of course it was going to fucking end here. Of course it was.
Yeah.
And I did not see it coming. I truly didn't see it coming. And I remember you saying that right after when we were leaving the theater, and I was like, bitch, I did not see that coming at all.
I was like, she's a singer? God damn.
I didn't. I really thought this was going to be a tale of hope, and it was going to be the opposite of Rose, where she was able to face herself and her demons and her past. But, you know, we just talked about it. We all saw what happened. It's a shame. I did give the original Smile an 8.5. And I like this one a little bit better. I really do like the original, but this one, it really does, like we say a sequel should do. It takes everything that was great and turns up the volume, I think. So I'm going to keep the 8.5 with the first Smile. And on a scale from 1 to 10, grotesquely ghoulish grins, I have no choice but to give Smile 2 a 9 out of 10 grotesquely ghoulish grins.
Yeah.
I have a blast with this one. I'm really glad that it was voted in because I've been right after we did the first one. It's like how soon is too soon to do the second one. But I'm glad that we got a chance to talk about it. I think that it is a blast and Sky Riley for life. You know what I mean? I'll now open up the floor to you.
No, I agree. The movie's really fun and I'm one of the moviegoers who doesn't really look too deep into, you know what I mean, meanings or like, and they are there because, I mean, fuck, we see what's going on. But just watching the movie on its face again, like I stated earlier, I do like it a little more. I think that there are things that worked better in the first movie than what they did in this one. But again, there is no denying that they took what they did in the first movie and ramped it up for this one. And a lot of it is successful. I like Lollipop, I guess. I mean, I
like him too.
Again, he does look a little friendly, a little playful, but I think that for me kind of helps the scary of it. Because all those teeth and all that, doesn't matter how friendly your eyes look, the rest of you is trying to attack me. Those long ass arms, I'm not gonna get away from you.
No, we're done.
Yeah. But there again, Naomi Scott, all of them, everybody does what they're supposed to do. They come in these roles and they play them perfectly, and it's fine. Like I said, for me, I can get over watching whatever. The choreography and the dancing and the music videos. But again, they're not for me, but I can't deny that they look good. I can't deny that the movie does a good job of telling, I think, this story, even though it gets confusing and a little muddy as we go on, it is cool. I didn't guess the ending, and because I think it's like you're saying, there was a lot of hope or a lot of like, I could take control. And then honestly, the way the first one ended, I was like, we can't do this shit again.
But we
yeah,
can.
but we did.
And bigger.
Yes, yeah. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I think the movie's really good. I think it did exactly what it was supposed to do. I know, again, my wife and my daughter love it, so I'm like, I've got to give it a little extra love for that. And I feel like we had a lot of fun. You know what I mean?
Yes.
On this episode,
Mm-hmm.
I gave the first one a 6.5. I think that I probably should have gave it a little more, but staying on what it is. So for this one, I just like you, I'm gonna give it a little extra. Because I had a lot of fun talking about it with you guys. You know what I mean? We got into it. We had our own theories. We came up with a lot of stuff that me and you thought the same.
Yeah.
Me and you thought the same things too, babe. And it's like this one movie, and I know we say it with a lot of movies, we all come up with something different, or we all come up with the same thing. It makes you think. It makes you guess. You're trying to figure out what's going on next. And this movie does do, honestly, for me anyway, a good job of doing that. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, grotesquely ghoulish grins, I'm going to give Smile 2 a 7 out of 10. I know that I said before that 7s and ups are reserved for movies that I really like or, enjoy.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I didn't enjoy this. This was a fun time. But again, there's a lot of stuff in this movie that's just not for me. But I mean, there is no denying that it's a good movie.
I think all of that's fair. I feel like I've voiced my opinion on the things that I didn't like
Yeah.
a lot, but I do still, I find a lot of appreciation. I find a lot of things to appreciate
Yeah.
in this film. I would appreciate some appreciation. But I do enjoy this, and I know it's one that I'm going to revisit.
Yeah.
And maybe even that 1-2 punch of watching the first one and the second one.
Yeah.
I do like, even though I'm not a fan of what happens to Joel, I like that we can kind of do that and pick up right where we left off. I think that one of the strengths of this film is just how beautifully it's shot.
Yeah.
There are so many cool ways that they use the camera. That argument in the car is so interesting.
Good.
And I love all these different transitions and the way that this sound and score meld together in such an unsettling way and kind of overlap and aid in these transitions as well. I'm just a big fan of a lot of the technical work that went into this.
Yeah.
And cannot be said enough. Naomi Scott, holy shit. That was just such an incredible performance.
Yeah.
If she wasn't already a star, that's a star-making performance.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I do think that this is a very worthy follow-up to what came before. I kind of did the same thing as well in the past, and I gave the first Smile a 6.5. I don't know that that's fair anymore because I have revisited it, and I don't think that I would rate it at that level.
Okay.
But I am going to keep it there for now because who knows what the hell is coming next, and we could talk about it then.
Yeah.
Because I'm honestly very intrigued.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
yeah.
I've heard ever since the success of 2 that 3 has been something that is being worked on.
Okay.
And so it's like, wherever you're going, I'm interested enough in this world to continue.
Yes.
So I think for me, because I did like this a little bit more than the first one, out of 10 grotesquely ghoulish grins, I am going to give Smile 2 a 7.5 out of 10. I want to go higher. I want this film to be an 8, but I don't know what is going on in that third act, and it's really upsetting to me. Also, Lollipop, fuck you.
Well, all that's left to do now is to get some bottles of cold, refreshing Voss water.
It's all we've been waiting for.
Yeah, you got it, boss.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Smile to, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, It's important to shine a light in the dark corners of your mind. Banishing the monsters there will bring a true smile to your face. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Get Our patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Got a couple of Sky Rileys over here. Very good.
Harmonizing.
Yeah.
A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rezak, Molly Gerhard, Armand Spasto, Aaron Nagari, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Nuding, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy,
Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Jason X Rules, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Peña, Danielle Wright, Chuck D., Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnius, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Ghastly Grandad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renland, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz,
Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Sadison Miles, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jaden Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joel Miller Apologist, Jaylene Perry, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Like Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Munford, Evil Chris, Rexterm Raoul, Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Just Give Me One Wish Like Ray J, Skin Deep, Christian Salvatierra, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bouchard, Henny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a rewatch podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Knox Nocturnal, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bozell, Crystal Reddy, Stu Mocker Fokker, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samira Samuels, and the Chief King. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank each and every one of you.
You truly make us smile. But not like these smiles.
Okay,
No,
all right.
okay. I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
Good ones. Until next time.